I don't know if you came here because you like ground truth or if you came here to see me speak, but I'm going to read to you the purpose of this track. So, because I think what I'm going to share is very much like really aligned with ground truth. So it's a place where we come together to share ideas, ask questions, compare notes, and it's a place where we can talk about things rooted in scientific approaches to InfoSec. So if you think about a lot of what we do, it's very much what we call art, black magic, defense against the dark arts type of stuff. And it works for a time, but it really leaves a lot of us confused about like, well, how did you do that? Or why do you think this way, or whatever else it is. And so I think ground truth, for me, this is like one of my favorite types of tracks because we can really think deeply about the problems that we're facing and seeing basically if there's a different way we should approach it. Are we doing the wrong thing, right? And more from a almost theoretical viewpoint, are we doing the right things or are we doing the wrong things? So what I'll share today is some of these mental models that will help us have ground truth on what we're dealing with, especially when it comes to AI. So anyway, that's not part of my talk, what I just shared. It's more just about what the nature of this track is. I'm going to probably stay for a couple of the talks myself, but I'll be here for the rest of the day, so if you want to find me afterwards, I'm happy to. In fact, again, it's a compare notes, so I'm happy to share my notes. We'll love to hear yours as well. All right, so with that, let me, what time is it? I'm going to kick off almost exactly at 10 o'clock. OK, 10 o'clock. All right. So hi, I'm Sunil Yu. I'm the CTO of a company called Gnostic. It's a company I founded that is tackling some of the problems that I've discovered. But really, what I'm wanting to share with you is the path that I took to discover some of these challenges that my company is trying to tackle. But it's not about my company. It's just more about the process for how we think about some of the challenges. And the way that I do it is through these mental models. And not just mental models, but also bringing mental models together. So I'll share with you several different mental models. But we'll walk through the sequence as we go through the slides. So some quick background about me. Again, I run a company called Gnostic. I used to be the chief scientist at Bank of America. Now, chief scientist, it's a highfalutin title. But if you think about what a scientist does, they run experiments. They try different things. They see what works, doesn't work. Okay? And that's kind of my job. That was my job function. I experimented with a lot of things. I ran very operational functions like red team, hunt team, research and development, looking at different vendors. But at the end of the day, it was a really interesting job that allowed me to experiment and try, just explore. I've done a lot of other random stuff. But when it comes to AI, okay, I think I'm probably like a lot of y'all in that, well, first of all, I think with ChatGPT, a lot of people suddenly became experts in AI, okay? And I just want to be very clear that I am not one of them, okay? I would love to get a $100 million salary and signing bonus from Zuck, but I'm not there, okay? I think there are people all the way on the far right here who will probably earn that kind of salary. But I'm kind of just past the peak of Mount Stupid, okay? And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who are still at the peak of Mount Stupid. You probably have run into them yourself. I hope I'm not one of them, but more so, what I wanted to share with you is how I got past that peak of Mount Stupid. But moreover, not just getting past the peak of Mount Stupid, but the question is, if you consider this bottom part, this competence line, to be time, like it takes time to gain competence, okay? How do you shorten that line? How do you make it smaller? How do you squeeze it? Because this space is moving so fast that it's almost as if you learn something new and all of a sudden the world's already changed. And I think the skill that I have, or this skill that I've tried to adapt to this, is to use mental models to shorten my time to competency. And this applies for not just AI, but just pretty much anything that we deal with in security or life in general. We want to be able to shrink this time frame. And I believe that mental models is one of the keys for doing that. Mental models is how we communicate with one another as well. It's a shared reference point. If we have different mental models, then when I communicate to you something about networks, and your mental model is, one person's mental model is the OSI model, and another person's mental model is Novell's, did they even have one? I don't know if they even had a network mental model. But you'd end up with like, what are you talking about, right? It's a very different communications protocol that you have, in a human communications protocol. Our human communications protocol is mental models. That is our API for our brain. Okay? Mental models are the APIs for our brains. It enables us to be able to share very elegantly and efficiently. And what I'm going to share with you is, again, a couple of different mental models. But better than that is when you start bringing these mental models together. Okay? When you start merging these mental models together, you discover some really interesting things about the space that we're in. And some of these mental models you probably have already heard of. Like, who's heard of the OODA loop? OK, if you haven't already, definitely there's a lot of applications in security for it. But you may, some of these other models that you may not have heard of, we'll talk about them as well. Okay? But this whole notion of merging mental models is pretty key. But it's also the notion of how do you use existing mental models and adapt it to the space that you're in. Okay? So I'll start with a really simple mental model. It's one that some of y'all may be familiar with. It's a famous, it's called a serenity prayer. Okay? Hey, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Most people are probably familiar with this prayer. But if you're in risk management, you should probably have a similar prayer. Okay? Grant me the serenity to accept the risks I cannot change, and the courage to risk mitigate the things that I can. Okay? You see how it's simple adaptation, but it's exactly what we do in security. If you're in risk management, then you want to be able to accept the things, you have risks that you can't do anything about, and so you just say, OK, I risk accept. OK. All right. Now, here's the thing. I've taken this simple mental model, and I merged it with another one. The other one is called the Cynefin framework. So the Cynefin framework is a simple framework. It's a bit more complex. But it's this construct that goes from chaotic to complex to complicated to clear. There's many things that we see in the world that go through this cycle. And when it comes to AI, let's say, think about where you are, where your organization is with AI. Are you in chaotic? Are you in complex? Are you in complicated? Or are you clear? What stage are you in? Okay? Now, I've asked this question to hundreds of people. And they generally put themselves somewhere between chaotic to complex. Okay? But this mental model is useful because it says, well, what do you do to move from one stage to the next? If you want to move from chaotic to complex, it means that you should run multiple experiments. Remember what I did at Bank of America? I ran experiments. My job at Bank of America was to move us quickly from chaotic to complex. Okay? Not necessarily move past that. But the idea being run experiments, run experiments, run experiments. So if you are not running experiments with AI, you will stay in chaotic. You will not move from that. If you're prohibiting the business from running experiments with AI, the business will hate you and fire you at some point. But they're not going to move past chaotic either. You have to run experiments because you have to then understand what works and what doesn't work for the business. So this mental model is useful in just being able to understand where are you today and what actions you can take. But let me go back and merge it back with the previous mental model. On the left are things you cannot change. On the right, there are things you can change. On the left, you're in a predicament. You don't have a problem. You have a predicament. And if predicaments, the best you can do is manage your risks. On the right, if you have a problem, just go solve it. Okay? And the way you solve it is usually you buy technology. On the left, you usually buy people and services. Okay? When it comes to automation, okay, and these are all, this is the same mental model, but I've layered all these different ways to think about it. Going from chaotic to complex, don't even think about automation. You don't even know what you want to automate. Okay? On the right, going from complicated to clear, you automate as much as you can. You automate too much, and you flip over to chaotic again. Okay? Faster, better, cheaper. Pick faster, better, cheaper. Pick two. Right? Sometimes pick one. Right? You're in chaotic? Pick 0. You're in clear, you get all three. So it's a different, I mean, everyone's, well, not, many of you have heard of faster, better, cheaper. But now you have it in a slightly different context. And the mental model of faster, better, cheaper with the Cynefin model with the serenity prayer. You see how all these come together and gives you a much deeper understanding of why can we only pick one or two, faster, better, cheaper? Well, it might be because you're in one of these different states. Or rather, let me ask a different question. When it comes to AI, do you feel like things are, like in terms of the solutions you have, are they faster, better, and cheaper? Or is it slow? Is it worse? And is it expensive? Well, if it's all three of those, slow, worse, and expensive, you're probably in chaotic. It's just another way to calibrate where you are. And it's just another mental model that we use. Okay? Again, mental models are a way that we can quickly communicate. It's an API for our brain. When I say faster, better, and cheaper, those who understand what that means, you're like, oh, yeah, pick one, pick two, right? And maybe the one you pick may be slightly different than the one I pick, but we instantly understand the construct of faster, better, and cheaper, and we move much faster in our ability to gain competence in that space. Okay? So that's an example. Now, there's a problem with mental models. Okay? The problem is called out by this famous Nobel Prize-winning economist, psychologist, who won a Nobel Prize in economics. He says theory-induced blindness. So change the word theory, replace it with the word model, and you have model-induced blindness. Once you have accepted a model as a tool in your thinking, it's extraordinarily difficult to notice the flaws of that model, okay? Because you just see the world through that one particular model. There's a corresponding quote from a guy named George Box, all models are wrong, but some are useful. Okay, so they're both true. All models are wrong because that model is not a full representation of reality. It's a abstraction of reality, and you're trying to do your best to try to squeeze reality into it. And sometimes it just doesn't work. Okay, and other times it works really well. You got to figure out what's the right model for the right situation. So the example I just gave with the Cynefin model, with the faster, better, cheaper, it's just a model that gives you one view of the world, but doesn't work for everything. And it works, some of it works for AI and some of it doesn't. So now I fall to this particular trap all the time because I created my own model. It's something called the cyber defense matrix. So if you're not familiar with it, you can look it up. But I created this model because when I was at Bank of America, my job was to talk to lots of vendors and try to figure out what they do. And of course, the answer from them that I get is they do everything. Like, no, you don't. Right? So I'm trying to figure out exactly what they do. And so I use this as a mental model, a working model, to say, OK, tell me what you do, and I'm gonna put you in one of these boxes. And this allowed me to quickly understand and remember a lot of these vendors that we see all the time. Okay? But naturally, you would ask, I'm sure, the question, or at least I asked the question, OK, great. Where does AI fit in this? OK? I mean, for me, that's a question I get all the time. Like, where does AI fit in the cyber defense matrix? And I was like, I have some ideas, but I don't know if this is the right model for that. And I struggled to figure out what the right model is. But I discovered a way to understand where AI fits because I started to merge mental models. Okay? And to merge that, now I have to caution you all. I'm going to start throwing more variables into this. And when I throw more variables, people get confused. And there's an inverse correlation between the number of variables you give to an executive and their ability to make a good decision. Okay? One variable, they'll make a decision very quickly. By the way, just so you know what the curve looks like in this, you give them no variables, and their decision confidence is like down here. Okay? You give them one variable or two variables, it goes up here. You give them more variables, and it drops all the way down here. And then if you add more variables, eventually it kind of goes like this again. Does that curve look very familiar to you? OK. All right. I'll explain that more later. Anyway, so I'm going to add more variables, and apologies in advance. So I looked at this and said, OK, gee, I wonder, what does each of these different asset classes has another domain or has a deeper view of it? And I said, OK, what if I know that OSI model, we talked about that earlier, has a 7-layered model for networks. And I said, gee, I wonder if all these other domains have something similar. Well, when I looked at AI, like the domain that was most relevant for AI was data. Okay? And I said, I wonder if data has another domain, like its own sort of layered view of the world. And lo and behold, it does. It's called the DIKW pyramid. And that stands for data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. Okay? So another mental model. And when I studied this mental model more closely, I realized, hey, gee, look, it looks like a lot of the things that we're seeing with, like you hear the word all the time. These are knowledge-based systems. These are knowledge systems. These are helping us manage knowledge, deliver knowledge. You're not really hearing these words much anymore, but these LLMs are really about knowledge. And I would argue that we've moved up this pyramid where we are now operating at the knowledge level, and we're not really just operating at these levels anymore. To borrow a networking terminology, we're not operating at just layer 3 and 4 anymore. We have like a new layer 7 protocol that we're having to deal with. Now, when I use this mental model, I was also trying to figure out, OK, how do I understand the problem space of AI itself? Like, define the AI problem space. Well, in isolation, that's kind of hard. I have to think about, well, like AI seems like a brand new thing. But if I can replace the word AI with the word knowledge, I now have a way to anchor my understanding. Because I know my problem space for data. Problems like data engineering and data security and data quality and data privacy. All these suffixes that you can apply to the word data also apply to the word information. And then when you apply it to the word knowledge, you now have the problem space for AI. Okay? So the DIKW pyramid plus AI gives us the shape of the knowledge economy. These are the problems that we're going to run into and the challenges that we're going to face when it comes to AI. Okay? Let me give you some examples of just thinking through this. And by the way, when I first did this exercise like 8 years ago, when I saw this pattern, I didn't know what some of these words meant. Like, for example, knowledge quality. It's like, what is knowledge quality? Anyone know what a knowledge quality issue is today? Hallucinations, that's right, exactly. That is a knowledge quality issue. Now, here's the interesting challenge. Let's suppose, OK, so usually when we say, hey, I have a knowledge quality issue, we say, you know what? The reason why I have that is because my data quality sucks. But let me offer a perspective here. What if your data quality was perfect? Would you still have a hallucination issue? Would you still have a knowledge quality issue?
Yes.
You absolutely would. OK? All right, let's pick another one. Knowledge privacy. What's knowledge privacy? Well, you know what data privacy is. But knowledge privacy became pretty evident when we had Cambridge Analytica. And the issue associated with Cambridge Analytica, I mean, like, try to stop what Cambridge Analytica, like, go into Facebook and turn off what your political preferences are. There is no field for that, OK? It was all inferred from this. So knowledge privacy is an inferred attribute of you. And when we talk about privacy regulation, we focus a lot on this. But what we really mean is this. Okay? What we really, really care about is this. But yet, most of the time, we're focused on stuff down here. Again, hopefully you see the same problem. Again, fix your data. Does that actually fix your knowledge issues? You have perfect data quality, you'll still have knowledge quality issues. You've tried to make this privacy preserving in every possible way. Will you still have inference issues? You absolutely will. Okay? And this became evident for me when I was looking at what is knowledge security. So we're all security people. We're like, I was trying to figure out what exactly was knowledge security. Well, it's pretty evident in the context of you roll out a large language model inside of an enterprise. You do it because you want to share institutional knowledge. But it also accelerates your ability to find lots of overshared content. And so this is not necessarily a good thing, because now you're starting to, if your organization is trying to roll out Copilot or Gemini or Glean or whatever else it might be, you're going to run into these sort of issues. OK? Now, people run into those issues. And what's the first reaction that we get? My data governance sucks. I haven't done any data classification. All my permissions suck, right? Agree? Well, think about that, though. That's solving the problem down here again. OK? And if I solve the problem down here, not only is it solving at the wrong layer, but here's the effect of it. I'm basically squeezing this bottom part of this pyramid. And when I squeeze this bottom part, you figure out what happens next, which is my LLM becomes stupid. And who wants that, right? Nobody wants a stupid LLM. What's the point of that? And ultimately, the perspective is, like I mentioned the layer 7 example, If you have a layer 7 protocol, you need a layer 7 control. That is how Palo Alto ended up with the next-gen firewall. We need the sort of next-gen approach for this new LLM space. And as much as we keep turning to this type of stuff, we have to recognize that at some point, these become somewhat obsolete. And let me explain why on that front. Back in the day, when all you had were databases, you'd give people database level access. People run SQL queries. Well, at some point, you're like, oh, you know what? Forget that. We'll write applications on top of the database, which meant that we can start removing people's database level access down here. What we have now is people rather come in at this level. And at some point, when we can control it properly here, we can start removing accesses down here. OK? All the problems that we have here could be simplified. I don't know if it won't be eliminated, but at least it will be simplified. And that's the opportunity I think we have in the future to be able to leapfrog some of the challenges that we face today. And that's kind of what I'm trying to focus on. So anyway, again, the DIKW pyramid gives us a sense of like how AI fits into this overall construct. OK? Let me now do another mental model. And this is a mental model, again, I think I asked if people knew the OODA loop. So this is the OODA loop, but with a small modification. So instead of observe, I call it sensing. Instead of orient, I call it sense making. And in the construct of the OODA loop, it's not a loop here, sorry. But the basic construct of when I ask, well, first of all, let's think about where AI is in this construct. So you have sensing, which is where you have raw telemetry coming in. You have sense making, and this is really where AI fits. Okay, sense making and AI is really right here. We're starting to see some AI also help in the decision making, and then the acting is just the execution piece. I do want to make sure it's very clear. There's a separation between what we traditionally call what AI is starting to blend a lot. Okay, but I think just by having this sort of separation helps us understand how to think about this in a much more systematic way, but also understand what the risks are as well. And so to understand that, here's the exercise I went through. I said, OK, you take each of these 4 functions, and let's suppose I turn it over to a machine to do. Some of these I'll turn over to a machine. Others I'll reserve the right as a human. OK? And so if I have the machine, for example, do sensing, and I do the sense making and decision making, and then the machine does acting, well, that looks like essentially a case like automated patching. So automated patching is I have determined that Windows updates, or Windows, is a reliable sensor. I've also determined that I'm OK to follow a playbook that says patch only workstations. And as long as I've scoped my actions narrowly, as long as I have a reliable set of sensors, and maybe a big red stop button and a reverse gear, I'm willing to let a machine do this. OK? And another use case like this is threat intel blocking. But basically, this is a very reflexive action. You get a sense, you act. And the human is sort of in the loop in that they've already made the determination of what to do with the sensing and what actions to take. Let's now let the machine do sense making. So now I'll let the machine do sense making. This is a classic SOAR use case, security orchestration and automated response. The machine does sensing, the machine does sense making. I have determined the playbooks, and then machine acts. In this particular second case, I'm still letting the machine do sensing and acting. Therefore, the controls for sensing and acting still apply. Okay, they still apply. But because I'm doing sense making, I now need to have additional controls for sense making. In other words, I'm turning over the sense making activity to a machine. It can go south, so I need to make sure I have proper controls around the sense making. OK, follow so far? You figure out what the last step is, right? Which is you now let the machine do all of these. And this is squarely where we have agentic AI. So agentic AI is basically a situation where you're going all the way through sensing, sense-making, decision-making, and acting. Now, the additive piece, of course, here is the decision-making. Okay? The additive piece between case number 1 and case number 2, which we're already well familiar with. The only thing that's really different with agentic AI, I mean, I'm generalizing a bit, but the biggest difference is now we've turned over autonomous decision-making to a machine. What could possibly go wrong? Okay? That's what WCPGW stands for. What could possibly go wrong? So again, the controls for the last case I still have the control. I still want to apply controls for sensing and acting, the same set of controls. I still want the controls for sense making. But because now I have decision making, turning over decision making to a machine, I need controls around decision making itself. Okay? And I give a couple of different mental models. One mental model I use is interns. Imagine you hired 100 interns. You let them loose, see what happens. Okay? And what I find, I've actually hired hundreds of interns over a summer before. They all work for me. It was the best way to build a really startup team because I get to pick, I get first pick of the best interns. But who are the best interns? They're the ones who can navigate the intricacies of your business and find the new business process or new way of doing things that actually work. Okay? 95% of the other interns, they're going to fail. They're going to suck. They're going to stumble over them. They're going to create all these security issues. There's all these things that these other 90 interns are going to do. Okay? That's a great mental model for agentic AI. You're going to unleash all these agents to do things, and a lot of them are going to suck. They're going to be like, it ran into this issue, this broke, this whatever. But 5–10% of them are like, whoa, that's actually pretty clever. Okay? And what do you do once you find that new business process? You bake it into business as usual, which is case number 1 or case number 2. The biggest benefit of agentic AI, in my view, is actually not the action. It's the discovery of the process that led to that action. It's the process that led to that outcome. And so in the context of how we think about agentic AI, we generally think of it as, oh, look at all the things it can do for us. But what if instead it's a significant investment or opportunity to invest in process, not just the action itself? Okay? So let me now map it back to the cyber defense matrix. So cyber defense matrix I shared earlier, I didn't really talk about this bottom part. And the bottom part, I mentioned that there's a degree of dependency on people, process, and technology. People, process, and technology, by the way, is another mental model. Okay? This itself is a merger of at least 3 mental models. And it's super powerful just because I've merged them together. But one of the things I merged, of course, was this people, process, and technology. Now, we think of AI as displacing people, as that's the concern that we all have, right? AI is going to displace us. And it will happen. I think it's, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. But if you think about agentic AI, what if agentic AI is actually an investment in process? OK, let me give you a scenario. I hire McKinsey or some consultancy. They come in and they say, oh, you know what? You need to rework these different business processes. And you're like, oh, you guys are great. That means I can, I realized I overhired these 10 people because I don't really need them anymore because the business processes are better. So these 10 people who get laid off, they can yell at McKinsey and say, McKinsey, they're the ones they're the reasons why that my job got fired. Well, actually, sort of. I mean, McKinsey helped the business figure out how to make it be more optimal and more efficient. But there's no McKinsey consultant that's taking over your job. Okay? All right, now replace the McKinsey consultant with an AI agent. And the AI agent says, hey, here's a new business process that makes it much more efficient. And you let go of 10 people. All of us are going to blame AI for that. But really, we should be blaming the inefficient business processes. There's a wonderful scene from the movie Founder, McDonald's story. Anyone see the courtyard? Anyone know what the courtyard scene is, or the tennis court scene? I should have a video here, but it's a beautiful scene. It's a beautiful scene of the McDonald's founders working with their team on a tennis court. They draw the layout of the kitchen and so on and so forth, and they keep redesigning it, doing these different things. And they found out a way to get a burger cooked from 30 minutes to 30 seconds. Okay? And in doing so, this is the story that you didn't hear, but they laid off 22 people. They improved their business processes, and they laid off 22 people. They kept only 12. So they had 34 people, and they cut basically like 2/3 of their staff to do the business processes being improved. Okay? So going back to my comment earlier, the agentic AI, I think the biggest, most underinvested part of anybody is not the people and technology. It's the business processes. And what if agentic AI actually allows us to really truly invest in business processes, at which point we will absolutely see good job cuts, but not because of AI, but because the business itself has figured out how to be more efficient. We will still lose jobs to AI directly, okay? Don't get me wrong there. But we may lose more jobs to better business processes. Okay? I know that's pretty, that's not very happy sounding, but just being aware. Okay? All right. So now let me now combine all these different mental models. So cyber defense matrix, Cynefin, OODA loop. Okay. So first is this notion of chaotic to complex to complicated to clear. We tend to actually move left to right, right to left when it comes to the cyber defense matrix. We usually find ourselves in some chaotic situation. Oh, hey, I just got hit by ransomware. Chaos, right? But along the way, what we discover is, OK, what just happened? Let's figure out. We have to. When you're in chaos, you act. You move in a direction. The worst thing to do is stand still. Moving is better than standing still. Even going in the wrong direction is better than going in no direction at all. Because once you know you're in a once you go in a direction, you can know if you're going in the wrong direction. But anyway, over time, you figure out what the right processes and playbooks are. Again, this is where I think agentic AI is going to help us identify. And of course, the codification of it will be accelerated through AI as well. And then eventually, we want to codify it into technology itself. And when it becomes codified into technology, that's when things become clear. And with vibe coding and whatnot, we might eventually get there as well. In the context of how I look at the problem space here, on the left, usually we're fighting against technology. On the right, we're fighting against people. Okay? But throughout the whole time, we're also fighting against business processes. And business processes, again, is the most underinvested aspect of our business today. All right, so again, I had to, each of these mental models has its own sort of complexity. If you saw this coming in, you'd be like, what the heck is this? But hopefully you see how these different mental models merge together to give you a much more complete picture of the challenges that we're dealing with. Okay? All right, let me now give you a whole different mental model. And this will also give us a sense of how to think about where we're going with AI in general too. So there's this great book by Max Bennett, by A Brief History of Intelligence, and he talks about these major breakthroughs in brain evolution. And there's 5 stages. The first stage is steering. Basically, you end up with these bilateral systems, and it makes a decision to go left or right. Okay, instead of like this amoeba where it just kind of just floats. Okay. Next stage is reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning, hey, I turn right, I get positive reward, I'll keep turning right. The next stage is simulating. This is where the most advanced AI systems are today. And this is a situation where you say, what if I go left? What if I go right? Go straight, OK? So this is where the most advanced AI systems are. The next stage after that is called mentalizing. And this is a hot area of AI research today. This is also squarely where the study of AI safety comes in. How do we ensure that AI systems are aligned to our values? So mentalizing, it's also called theory of mind. It's trying to understand the intent of others. What are you trying to do? And can I infer that intent and then adhere to that, whatever it is? That's exactly what we want machines to do. I tell a machine, hey, get me to the airport as quickly as possible. I want the machine to infer that I don't want to break any laws. I like to still be alive when I get there. I like to not be nauseated. Okay? I like to not, there may be various other conditions, but they're all inferred. And I need the machine to understand my intent and not just, run over people and kill me along the way. Okay. The last stage, interestingly enough, is language. Okay. It seems odd that language is at the end, but it's interesting because more than likely, whatever language the AI systems come up with at the very end, it's probably not a language that we're going to understand. Okay. But the point is that the language. The breakthrough the language breakthrough comes at the end. Now, I want to focus on 2 of these for now, because there's a mental model that is relevant here. And the mental model, so first of all, Most systems that we have are reinforcement learning based. Again, I mentioned the most advanced systems are in simulating, but most of our systems, including large language models, are in reinforcement learning. And it has these different shortfalls. It's prone to bias, it's overconfident, it's unexplainable. These are all things that are reinforcement learning that we see with reinforcement learning systems. So if you're trying to get an LLM to explain itself, this is like a inherent flaw, okay? A flaw that you can't just say, oh, I can go. This is not fixable, okay? That's the point. This is not a fixable thing, at least not with reinforcement learning systems. It's not fixable. But there are controls that we can put in, and the controls are actually like things like checklists or the control is actually simulation, okay? So the control, in other words, you have simulating on the right. The control for reinforcement learning is what you see on the right, okay? But what's really, really fascinating on top of all this is that this maps to another mental model called System 1 versus System 2. So I mentioned Daniel Kahneman earlier. One of his claims to fame is that he figured out that our brains operate in these two different modes, System 1 and System 2. LLMs operate in System 1. And by the way, we as people think that we're rational people. We make rational decisions. That's System 2. Except that we don't, actually. Most of the times we operate in System 1. We make all these irrational decisions. And we believe that we are System 2 thinkers. And we believe that all you jokers are System 1 thinkers, okay? Like, that's why you're all irrational. I'm the only rational person here. We think of that across everyone, okay? But that's the problem that we have with LLMs. We have a whole bunch of System 1 things. And we're saying, OK, hey, System 1 LLM, explain yourself. Like, hey, the only thing I did was generate random tokens that are based on a probability sequence, not anything else. There's no explanation outside of that. What you need is a System 2 type of construct. And the System 2 construct is essentially things like mental models. Okay? What is a mental model but a way that we can simulate the world and say, does this fit into this mental model? Not all mental models are right. Okay, some are wrong. But the more mental models you have, the more you actually are operating like System 2 people. So I think mental model, again, the whole, if there's one thing that you get out of this whole talk, mental models are amazing to be System 2 thinkers. Mental models are amazing to have these systems operate in a way that helps you really understand what's right and what's wrong. Okay? All right. Now, so what's interesting, so I mentioned System 2 is control for System 1. System 1 is actually a control for System 0. What's System 0? Going back to this again, that's a control for System 0. Okay? This is System 0. This is System 1. By the way, the System 0 doesn't exist. I'm just using that term. This is System 1, System 2. This is System 0. So mentalizing is System 3. Okay? Which is the challenge that we have when it comes to how do we control AI systems. We're at this point, we're here, or most advanced systems are in simulating. And the challenge we have is how do we align these systems to our interests? And the answer is, well, we have to figure out what System 3 is. But we already know what System 3 is. Okay? Well, what is System 3? Well, the key question that I was trying to struggle with is, we're talking about AI. I mentioned earlier, mentalizing and theory of mind, this is where the forefront of most of AI research is in. And it's also where we're trying to think about, the reason why we're trying to think about this is trying to define what's safe, right? But whose definition are you operating on? Are you operating on China's definition? Are you operating under Trump's definition? Are you operating under, Zuckerberg's definition? Whose definition of safe are we talking about? Musk, anyone, right? So I think the challenge is, this is something that we see not just with AI systems. This is something that we see in life in general within the United States and other countries. And the way that we struggle through this is politics, okay? Who's right? Is the right side or left side, or red, blue? Who's right here? And unfortunately, we don't really have a clear definition of right when it comes to these political discussions. And so the founders of the country said, hey, you know what? We know that people are fallible. People are going to disagree about what the right thing to do is. And we need a control for that. Okay? And the control that we created is called the Constitution. The control for politics is the Constitution. And the Constitution has 3 branches of government that, in theory, are supposed to be equal and separate and well-balanced, in theory. But what was also interesting was Patrick Henry had this quote: "The Constitution is not an instrument for the government to restrain the people. It's an instrument for the people to restrain the government." Okay? The Constitution is not an instrument for the machine to restrain the people. It's an instrument for the people to restrain the machine. So Anthropic has something that they call the constitutional AI. And you can read about it. But the idea of a constitution is what I think will help us understand what to do with this next stage of AI. So again, it's a mental model, the constitution, or the idea of a constitution, but moreover, the structure of the constitution of 3 but separate bodies is what we're looking for. Now, in many organizations, we don't have a legislative, executive, judicial branch, okay? But I was trying to find a similar sort of model within organizations, and I found one. And it's called Westrom's Typology of Organizational Culture. So Ron Westrom, he wrote about this like 11, 12 years ago. And he identified 3 different organizational typologies. And he said every organization falls into one of these. I think actually every organization has a combination of all 3 of these. But what are those 3? The first one is called pathological. Pathological, information's hidden, messengers are shot, ideas are crushed. What a wonderful place to work in, right? All right.
Bureau of Labor Statistics.
The next one is called bureaucratic. And most people understand what bureaucratic is, but generally it slows things down, and bureaucracy no one really likes, but we tolerate it, okay? But what was really fascinating in his construct is that the third he called generative. I was like, wow, interesting. This is like 12 years ago. He said, hey, we have generative organizations. So I was looking at this and I said, well, we have generative AI. What exactly is a bureaucratic AI, and what exactly is a pathological AI? Okay? I mentioned earlier, every organization is actually a combination of all 3. And if you have an organization that is out of balance, let's say Enron, and they're all only generative, then you end up with the kind of chaos that we see. What do we have in AI today? It seems like all we have is generative. But what exactly is a bureaucratic AI? Well, a bureaucratic AI, in my view, slows the AI system down, gives us a chance to say, wait a second, hold on, wait, let me see if this is the right answer, whatever, okay? But a pathological AI, what exactly is that? Well, I mentioned earlier, like information is hidden. Remember what we're trying to do with oversharing of information? We actually want to hide certain things. So I'm sorry if this disturbs you, but I think this is a security function. Okay. If I think about an organization, the generative side is the business side, the money-making side. The bureaucratic side is the legal, HR, all that kind of stuff. Pathological, that's us. Okay. But a pathological AI, what is its job? The job is not to terminate us. Its job is to terminate the generative AI. Okay? It's to pull the kill switch for the generative AI. And so, again, it's all in balance. What do we, as much as we like to say we're business enablers, we're not. Okay? We actually, there's a legitimate reason to stop the business and say, hey, business, no, we can't go there. And effectively, that's what we want with a pathological AI. Hey, generative AI system, don't go there. I have the ability to pull your kill switch, and I'm going to pull the kill switch. And people may hate me for that, like we do in security, but that's essentially, I think, the role of a system like this. And a balanced AI system, where a system where we have balance, whether it's agentic or whatever we end up with in the future, is going to have a combination of all 3. But today, all we have is generative. And that's the problem. Okay? So, multiple mental models. I shared one, the Cynefin model, just to be able to figure out what you should do next if you're in chaos. Knowledge, the DIKW pyramid. We have a new layer of controls. We have a new layer of the OSI stack, so to speak, with AI. If you think about this as an AI OSI model, you can think of it as that and say, okay, we have a new way of thinking about what controls we need. If you want to understand the risks of AI, LLMs, and the controls for them, System 1 and System 2 thinking, it's such a perfect match. Agentic AI, the OODA loop, is a great model to think through what are the implications of what agentic AI will do. And then lastly, as we go into the future, I think the idea, as much as we eschew politics, it may actually become even much more interesting in terms of who makes the decisions of what is safe and what's the right balance of these different systems as well. So, let me just before I end, we get a lot. So I've shared a lot with you, okay, and you'll hear a lot of people talk about different things throughout this week, but how do you know what they're saying is correct, okay? And all I can offer to you is, here are just mental models. Here's the API to help us communicate better. And if the structure that I gave you, or what I say to you, what somebody else says to you, doesn't fit that model, either they're wrong or the model's wrong, okay? But it's an easy test. You'll hear, for example, I don't know, like the problem that around the oversharing of content. People will say, go fix your data. And right there, you're like, wait a second. That doesn't fit the mental model that we just talked about. So you now have a way to sift through all this knowledge, all this data, all this information that you're getting. And now you have a way to decipher what is actually true wisdom. So remember, the top of the pyramid is wisdom, OK? Grant me the wisdom to know the difference. And mental models, I think, is the key that unlocks that wisdom for us. So with that, thank you very much. I'll hang around for questions if you have any as well. So, and special prize if anyone notices anything interesting here. So, all right.
Hair color?
No? Oh, yes. I gotten older. Nobody notices anything? Like squint. All right.
Nice.
All right.
Okay. So I know it's like you expect it to be way out there, and it's right here. In the cyber defense matrix, you talked about kind of moving from the chaotic to the clear, and that kind of AI will ultimately, we want to get it to that system 3 of wanting to mentalize and understand what we want. But do we need more to go from mentalizing and knowing what we want to choosing to doing what we want and then actually doing, right? Because in psychology, people have to know the right thing to do, then they have to choose it, then they have to actually do it. Is it enough to get the model to mentalize?
OK, so everything that you said can be done right here. Knowing what to do, choosing it. Mentalizing is the point at which we start judging other people. Mentalizing is at the point we say, no, you're actually wrong. Before then, there was no sense of wrongness in the sense of, like, from a moral standpoint. Before then, it was, it just works, right? Whatever it is. But as soon as you hit mentalizing, it's like, that's shameful. So the question of what is safe, what is right, what's OK, if you start putting human judgment against it, meaning that what the machine did is not right in the sense of wrong from a moral standpoint. The trolley problem of, hey, should I run over 3 people or pull a switch that runs over 1 person? It's the same sort of rightness, wrongness type of question that's being posed there.
But so there's getting the model to know, and this is like, you were here for Matt's talk yesterday, right? There's getting the model to know what's right, wrong, that something is a lie. But is that enough to get it to not lie, or does it also have to want to not lie?
Whether you want it to lie or not, a system one reinforcement learning system doesn't care, right? But how do we know a LLM is lying to us? We have a mental model that says, hey, in fact, what you should instruct the LLM to do is to fit things within a certain model. hey, write a 5-paragraph essay for me. Well, it generates a 4-paragraph essay or a 6-paragraph essay. I don't really care about reading the rest. You know that it's wrong, whatever it is. The whole chain of thought, the idea behind chain of thought is it's giving you the structure, the mental model, but the structure itself, you should question and say, is this the right mental model itself? But once you have the structure, you can then validate whether the response that comes back fits within that structure. I know the next talk is at 11, right? OK, so we do have time, right?
4 more questions.
Cool. And again, this is ground truth, right? So I hope this fits the narrative of what ground truth is all about.
Where you had the things on System 1, System 2, a couple slides ahead.
Yeah.
The control for System 1 was System 2. Where
Yeah.
does that sit? I mean, obviously, System 1 system doesn't have that kind of process. So do you have an,
Yeah, so actually, OK, so let me see if I can actually describe it from our brains. So our brain, our System 2 brain, prefrontal cortex versus our amygdala, OK? So like physically where it sits, it's in front of, layered on top of the amygdala, OK?
separate on top of?
Yes, and so if you think about where these LLMs are going, it's the reasoning function is really actually operating on top of the LLM itself, OK?
Layered the way the brain evolved.
Yeah, it's the science of like where the brain, like brain science is amazing because it tells you so much about how these LLMs work. But that's essentially the same construct that's happening. But if you don't have that layer, you can create your own layer, right? When you ask it to say, do a chain of thought, or when you ask it to fit within a certain model, you're essentially creating your own layer on top of it.
So a couple years ago, I had the honor of attending one of your training classes on your matrix, and I've taken it back not only to my organization, but to my own community. We've added a bunch of extensions onto that because I love how it makes a very clear one-pager that you can have a conversation with anybody in the organization. But if you add on to that, like mappings to whatever your framework is, mappings to what norms are in play, mappings into what type of evidence, you get a really great, strong view of what you're doing. And the biggest thing that I've seen in my own and my peers when we're dealing with AI, a lot of the less than desirable outcomes we're getting is because we don't have the intimacy or IC into what our processes, our procedures, our data, and what our failed what should I say, assumptions are.
Well, going back to the notion of these mental models as a communications tool, right? It helps us. The mental model, the cyber defense matrix, has been extraordinarily useful for a lot of folks because it serves as a quick API to help us get on the same page, like literal page on certain things. At the end of the day, if this mental model or something there's other mental models for business processes. I don't know I'm not a business process person. But we should probably figure out what those are. And as we discover them, like this whole what I hope you saw was not just a single mental model, but bringing these mental models together and how powerful they are once you bring them together. They're powerful on their own, but they're even more powerful when you start bringing them together and you start discovering some amazing things. I think there's a huge, huge opportunity here with agentic AI, but I'm not a process person, so I have no clue what the mental models are for this. And so, we'll explore. And if there are people here who can think through that and come up with new ways to describe that, then we've created a new API for our brain, and hey, we're all good for it. Any other questions? All right, well, thanks for your time.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the BSides Las Vegas. And this talk is mainly about advanced network threat detections through standardized feature acceleration and dynamic enable learning. And by the speaker, Jason 4. And I would like to do a few announcements before we begin. Our sponsors, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe, Caddy, and our gold sponsors, Formula and Run Zero. It's their support, along with our sponsors, donors, and volunteers, make this event possible. And I would like to say, everyone, please don't take pictures. We would like to post our videos in our YouTube channel. And one more announcement. Today we have a data science meetup at 7 p.m. in pool party entrance, and that's it.
Good. Awesome. Everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Outstanding. All right, and right on time. Well, thank you all for coming. This is my first talk at BSides, so I appreciate the fact that you are my first audience. Thank you so much. Advancing network threat detection through standardized feature extraction and dynamic ensemble learning. You know, when we write academic research papers, they do not have catchy titles. They are very descriptive. They are also incredibly wordy. But for the next 19 minutes or so, I'm going to walk you through some research that I've been working on for the better part of the last 2 years, and then talk about where I'm hoping to take this work next. So a little bit about me. I'm a research engineer at Proofpoint, been there for a little over 10 years now. Done a bunch of school at a few different places, University of South Carolina, go Cox. Published papers on a variety of different things. I'm not a threat researcher, but I've had the opportunity to do some research on state-sponsored actors, using machine learning to detect QR codes in email. For those of you who have any exposure to email security, you know that the last couple of years that's been one of the hot topics in the industry. But most recently, and the reason that I'm here to talk to you today, is about using ML for network intrusion detection. When I'm not working on this stuff, I live in Colorado. I'm usually out enjoying the outdoors, whether that's when the weather's real nice, whether the weather's real cold, finding a mountain to ski down, usually something to that effect. And my career mentor, for those that know Sherrod DeGrippo, who works on the threat research team over at Microsoft, she told me, you really need to add something fun to your About Me slide. Like, tell them what your favorite protocol is. And I was like, Sherrod, why would anybody care what my favorite protocol is? She's like, just do it. Just put it on the slide. So favorite protocol is DNS. And why? Because it's what makes a lot of other things work. And usually it's the first thing to break that really becomes a problem. So let's talk about this talk. What is the problem that I was trying to solve, or at least find an answer to as part of this research? I don't think it's any surprise to anyone in this room that the attacks that we are asked to defend against are becoming not only more sophisticated, but more difficult to detect. Now, NIDS has played a really important role in detection over the years, but one of its main constraints is the fact that NIDS is going to be reliant on reputation, on signatures, right? So the ability to detect things that it has seen before. A lot of the prior research in this domain has focused on using an individual ML classifier with a very, very limited or very small data set, which looks really good in a lab, but when you actually try to turn it loose on real traffic, it does not generalize well. So end up with very poor efficacy in a lot of cases, and in a lot of the studies, anything that was sort of turned loose outside the lab saw efficacy under 40%. So these are some of the things that we wanted to try to tackle with this work. Now, just as a brief bit of background for those maybe that aren't as familiar with the terminology, just wanted to do a quick 30 seconds on NIDS versus NDR, because that's usually the first question I get when I talk about this work. Well, Jason, you know, they use ML in network detection and response. I know. We're specifically focusing on NIDS as part of the comparison for this talk. So just a brief explanation. NIDS going to be looking for things based on rule-based or signature-based detection. NIDS is going to, or NDR is going to incorporate some of those behavioral analytics and things of that nature. A lot of times it's using anomaly detection models in order to be able to do that, but also offers, if you've used products like Vectra or others, the ability to do threat hunting and some automated response capabilities. So the research, or the objectives of this research was really to find if it was possible to improve accuracy in detecting threats by looking at stuff on the wire. And there's 3 pieces to that. The first is developing a standard feature extraction framework for analyzing the traffic. For anyone that has any experience working with machine learning training classifiers, I'd argue that in a lot of cases, the features you extract are actually more important than the model that you choose to train. It's not to say that they're not important, but in a lot of cases, what we see is that models that generalize poorly didn't necessarily extract the right features during the training phase, which leads to them not being able to detect the stuff that you want reliably. So one of the things that I worked on as part of this was looking at what everyone else had done. What sort of feature extraction frameworks were out there? One of the things that I found is that in a lot of cases, people were relying on things like training the data off of IP addresses and port numbers. As you can imagine, that probably didn't scale super well once you turned it loose on traffic that it hadn't seen before. In other cases, they would actually use another classifier to do the feature extraction automatically. And that's actually a fairly common approach in ML, is let the model decide what things are important and extract those things. The problem with temporal data or things that are transactional in a lot of cases is the temporal dependencies don't necessarily lean themselves to the type of work that we're talking about, where what I actually want to do is to be able to distinguish between benign traffic and potentially malicious or suspicious traffic, right? It's not necessarily going to be able to pull out the nuances that are required when you're just allowing the model to decide on its own what things it should be paying attention to. So step 1, figure out a feature extraction framework. Step 2, pick a bunch of classifiers, use the framework to then train them to be able to actually do detections. The last piece of this, and where I got to flex a little bit, where the creativity comes in as part of the research, was actually designing an ensemble classifier. Ensemble classification in ML has been around forever. This is just yet another opportunity to be able to leverage ensemble learning in order to be able to hopefully provide a classifier that will work really well when it's exposed to things that it hasn't seen before. So you'll see this visual a few times. I don't expect everybody to read the text. Essentially what we're going to do here is walk through the process of how I extracted the data, trained the classifiers, and then we actually get to the point where we can start providing scoring. So we're going to work on that first box first. Load the samples, extract the features, and then apply scaling. Now, one of the things that I found as part of this research that is also very common in this domain is we don't necessarily have a lot of really good public data sets that have the stuff that we want in order to be able to do model training. In a lot of cases, the data sets that have been used in prior research actually leverage a subset of the data. So someone will take some PCAPs, they'll reduce that down to just the features that they want to train their models on, they'll then convert that over to something like a flat text file or a CSV, they'll make those public, but unfortunately it doesn't have, again, all that other metadata that we might want to actually train our models on. So for the purposes of this research, I went out and sourced data sets, public data sets, that actually provided raw PCAPs. We want to see the whole thing. This allows a lot of flexibility in terms of doing things like looking at flows, the ability to look at forward and backward packets, as well as a bunch of other metadata that you might not get if it's just a bunch of sequential lines in a CSV. So the data sets that I sourced, there was 3 of them, one from Czech Technical University, another from the University of New South Wales, and then the last one there from the University of Science and Technology of China. In addition to that, we collected some benign traffic from home and academic networks. So with ML training, in a lot of cases, you're looking for balanced training data sets, right? Both for actually training the models as well as validating them after the fact. In a lot of cases, these public data sets were great because they gave me very, very good representations of known bad traffic, right? It was labeled. I had to have the ability to say this is actually something that is malicious for the purposes of training the model. What they didn't have was the good stuff, the benign things, a Zoom conversation, or two people chatting on Microsoft Teams or Slack, things of that nature, regular web browsing. So we collected some network traffic in controlled environments to be able to then balance out the training data set. For feature selection, the things, again, that I had seen in a lot of the prior research were based around, unfortunately, fields that did not end up generalizing well when they were shown traffic that they hadn't seen before. So I focused on a lot more metadata-related things. At the packet level, things like the count of the TCP flags, the average time to live of the packets, and then most of what the model was going to be trained on was flow-level statistics. So we talked about things like forward and backward statistics, inter-arrival times, the number of packets that were observed in the last 10 seconds, duration, etc. So back to the graph. Moving on from there, extract the features out. The idea then was to generate predictions from each model, but I had to select some classifiers to train in order to be able to do that. Now, some of these have been researched exhaustively in this particular domain. The first two, random forest and isolation forest, as I mentioned, a lot of NDR solutions will do behavioral analytics or UEBA type things. Isolation forest is more often than not one of the models that gets used, because the nice thing about that is if you don't have the data set of all the malicious traffic, but you do have one of what good traffic looks like, you can just train it on one and not the other. The idea is that it has the ability to identify anomalies that don't match the things it knows. Some of these others, GMM in particular, not a lot of research on using that in this domain, so decided to include that to see if it would be feasible to use it. Same thing with QDA and some of the boosting classifiers as it relates to their ability to, again, be able to generalize well against things that they haven't seen before. The neural network models that I selected have also been used fairly extensively in identifying network traffic. We'll come back to that closer to the end, because as I found out, hyperparameters for training those models become that much more important in terms of their performance. So moving right along through our process flow here, after training the individual classifiers, then actually aggregating them based on benign and malicious scores and coming up with an ensemble score. So this was the art part of the presentation, and I'm just going to warn everybody ahead of time. This is also the math part of the presentation. Stay with me. It'll be fairly quick and painless, but we are going to get into the math part of this as well. So the idea, as I mentioned at the beginning, was to create an ensemble classifier. And yes, when you are the author of the paper, you get to name it after yourself. Forward class-specific weighted values is the name of the classifier. I'm going to just go ahead and build this all out because there's a lot of text, a lot of italicized symbols, and then an explanation of how the weighting function works for the purposes of understanding this. The idea here is that we train all the individual classifiers. We then run validation testing against them to get their accuracy scores when they are scanning traffic individually. We then use that as the base weight to then be able to combine them together so that we can have them effectively cancel out each other's weaknesses, but gain the benefits of all the things that they do well. What is somewhat unique and novel about this is we're actually looking to give more weight to less confident predictions, right? So simplest way to think about that, go to the next slide here. Let's see, applying the thresholds. This is probably the one that makes the most sense. For things that generated a score closer to 0.5, they would get higher weight. For things that were closer to 0, benign, or 1, malicious, they would get less weight. The idea is to filter out overconfident predictions. And in testing, you'll see here in just a second, that actually performed incredibly well. The math part of the presentation is right there. It's just some basic addition and division. Didn't want to scare anybody away. But basically taking the weighted benign and malicious scores, adding them together, dividing by 2 to come up with an average, and then the classification is made by comparing that to 0.5. Basically, if it was greater than a half, the sample was labeled as malicious in testing. So that gets us to the last part here, actually classifying the traffic. I realize that may be somewhat difficult to see, but the point here is that the ensemble classifier is listed at the top in contrast with all the individual classifiers that comprise it. The ensemble classifier achieved over 97, almost 98% accuracy in being able to identify samples. Now, the big difference here between it and the individual classifiers, some of which performed exceptionally well on their own. The boosting algorithms in particular, which are a bunch of weak classifiers combined together, no surprise, actually did really well at being able to properly classify the traffic. The point here was that the ensemble had the most balance, precision, and recall for all of the classifiers that were identified and tested as part of this. The idea being, if you get the opportunity to actually test this against live traffic, hopefully this thing would perform exceptionally well. In terms of future work, probably the number one thing I'd like to revisit if given the opportunity is retraining some of the poorly performing models. So I mentioned this a little earlier on. Things like GMM and the neural network models actually did not perform nearly as well as what I had seen in some of the other research in this domain. I have a few theories for why that is. I mentioned using different hyperparameters is absolutely part of this. That's something that I need to take a closer look at to determine what the feasibility is of actually using these at scale, because other studies have shown there's actually a lot of promise using CNN and RNNs in particular for identifying potentially malicious network traffic. And then the part that probably excites me the most is the feasibility of actually productizing this, and what I mean by that is actually seeing if this works well outside of a lab, right? Everything that I did here was Python based, so in terms of the ability to run it on different platforms, fairly easy to set up, to scale, and not a big footprint required in order to actually be able to run this in a production setting. So to that end, don't want to jump too far ahead here, but if you all get to see me next year and I'm giving a talk at BSides, hopefully it's about the fact that this week I've actually been testing this thing out to actually observe traffic to see if we have the ability to classify things. You're probably not going to be able to see anything really good on that photo. I just grabbed that in the room to be able to show. We've just got a little Raspberry Pi with an external Wi-Fi adapter set up there, and basically grabbing anything by channel hopping and seeing if there's open Wi-Fi networks so we can actually observe the traffic. So hopefully more to come on that in a future talk. With that, just want to leave you with a couple of things. The feature extraction framework that I built as part of this research is available under a GPL license. It's on my GitHub. You can grab that either through the URL or if you want to scan that QR code. And then probably the most important thing to mention is that none of us gets anywhere on our own. I did the research on my own, but I had a lot of help. I want to thank my advisor, a lot of my friends and colleagues that had the opportunity to assist me with this. And the last person named there is my wife, and I can't tell you the number of times that she read, reread again, and then offered feedback on both the paper and these slides before I got here. So I want to make sure that I take the opportunity to thank those folks as well. As I mentioned, that's totally not a credential harvesting attack, so feel free to scan that QR code. I'd love to connect with you, have the opportunity to give you to read some of my research, and maybe collaborate on stuff in the future. So with that, I'd love to take any questions. Thanks so much.
Hi.
Hey.
I was just wondering, does that change over time? So as it's actively monitoring traffic, does this like real time start changing those weights depending on hey, it started out looking benign. As I start receiving more, understanding more, it's starting to look more malicious?
It's a great question. So I think what you're referring to, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is a retraining mechanism for those classifiers. As it observes more traffic, does it get better over time? Is that the question? Yeah. In an ideal scenario where we would actually deploy something like this in production, yes, that would be the goal. As it stands, the classifiers that are used for the experiment were static, so the only thing they know is the data that they've been trained on. If I was actually able to turn this into something that we could deploy, in real life outside of the little Raspberry Pi that I've got set up in the hotel room, yes, that's absolutely one of the things I'd want to build into any platform that would do this, because it's only going to get better by seeing more data.
Right, and then as the live packet, so a TCP connection, you're intercepting the packet, fundamentally it. Is it classifying, once it classifies it's done, or is it actively monitoring that connection and then reclassifying based off the parameters?
Yeah, so without giving too much away, because obviously this is something that I cobbled together in the last week just to be able to see if we could actually test this with live traffic. That absolutely would be part of the idea. Right now, the way that it works based on the feature extraction framework is it's looking at a sliding window of 10 seconds, so 10 seconds before, 10 seconds after, so 30 seconds worth of traffic. That's obviously a window that could be changed based on performance and things of that nature. But the cool thing is that works really well on a Raspberry Pi 4. So the ability to do this and get a classification decision in under 30 milliseconds is something that absolutely could be feasible in a production scenario.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Thanks.
Can you share any results or findings? You know, what kind of stuff did it detect? And then a second question would be, how do you deal with encrypted traffic? Can it
Yeah.
detect things, you know, behaviors and
Sure.
patterns based, even though the traffic's encrypted?
Yeah, no, two great questions. So I'll try to touch on the first one as best as I can. Again, as I mentioned to the other individual that asked the question, all of the testing up to this point has been based off of static traffic, right? So we're actually looking at PCAPs, not live traffic. So the experiment that we did as part of the research was against a corpus of traffic that was known. It was already labeled benign and malicious. In testing, the idea would be that, you know, if we turn this on live traffic, you would have to decide what things you would want to capture outside of the metadata that was being extracted to then make a determination. I can give you a score. I can tell you that it's 57% confident that this is malicious, but the next phase of that of, well, what is it then? I think would be sort of the next thing in terms of developing this and actually turning it into a tool that could be used by others. And I apologize, repeat the second part of your question for me?
I was curious how it handled with encrypted traffic.
Yeah.
Did it detect any patterns? And then a third question that occurred to me,
Okay.
cost in terms of the tokens and the
Yeah,
AI.
yeah. So the little experiment that I've been running, you know, this week at summer camp is only looking at open Wi-Fi networks. So we're not inspecting any sort of encrypted traffic. I think in an ideal world for what I had aimed to create as part of this project, this would actually be something that you would plug into a trunk port on, you know, your backplane, as opposed to doing this over Wi-Fi. It's not to say that you couldn't. There's certainly interesting things to observe over Wi-Fi. I can tell you, it's really interesting being in a casino full of hackers and observing everything that those who choose to connect to the open Wi-Fi actually put out there. So just food for thought there. In terms of cost, because of the fact that we are using all, I guess what I'd put in the category of traditional ML classifiers, the cost associated with this is something that you can run off of a 3060 on your desktop PC. I mean, there's nothing in terms of training that would be prohibitively expensive for an undergraduate college student to be able to do this, probably on either their own PC or one that they could grab out of the lab. You know, that being said, the rig that I've got at home is a little bit bigger. The classifiers trained in under 30 minutes in most cases on the training data set.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any other questions? I know we're right at time here. Okay, well, I'd love to connect with any of you. If you have other questions, I'll be hanging around for a little bit. Thank you all so much again for being my first B-Sides audience. I appreciate it.
customer self-assessment data. So this is a long list of hundreds of questions that when they come to us to apply for cyber insurance, we want them to fill out a form and then to say, how are you doing in terms of this area, multi-factor authentications and so on. And then also we have insurance portfolio data. So since we have, we also do the insured reinsurer, we also get their portfolio, insurance portfolio data. So it's kind of unique on that. So go to some trends and statistics. And the risk environment this year, data encryption, business interruption, data and business interruption still to be one of the most impactful of losses. And one of the things that I do want to focus on this year to talk a little bit more about is privacy regulations and compliance. This is becoming a pretty big things. From year to year, this is starting to get more and more bigger risk applied to more of the data. So in terms of data would be like, how do you use the data? How are you transparent on how you're going to use it? In terms of use collections, how long are you keeping the data? In terms of data brokers, we're all doing AIs. The data broker, sometimes you get data from your data brokers. And what kind of law do they follow? So those are kind of things that's continue to be a challenge. The good news is that we also see, we have increased frequency and sophistication of attacks. So this year we definitely see more event. However, the good news is that extortion event percentage-wise compared to all of the cyber event, business interruption, privacy breach, the ransomware event actually have gone down in terms of percentage-wise of the events. Also, another thing was that decrease in company paying ransom demands. So last year we did it was 23 some percent, and this year it went down to 18%. So it's good news. So that what that's also saying is a lot of our customers getting better at managing the control, managing their environment, doing backups and doing exercise so that they don't have to pay the ransom. So that's a nice thing to see. Wire fraud, we see that's growing. This was from Baker Hostler on that one. We do see 200% increase, more than 200%. The industry sector that we see more event this year is on communication, media, and technology, healthcare, and wholesale, retail and wholesale. Those are the top 3 industries that we saw in the in terms of our clients. So just some background, we usually have the largest companies that we broker for. Marsh is the biggest insurance broker in the world. So in terms of global trends, we see a lot of the zero-day vulnerabilities being exploited. We see more of the cloud event as well. Everybody have seen that one, CloudStrike event, and that's anywhere, depending on who you ask, it's 1.5 to 5 billion, and depends on how many. That's a lot. It's a big number. Delta Airlines they lost $500 million for that one event for 5 days. That was it, $500 million loss in that 5 days. And then Change Healthcare, that was another big one. That's also in the billions. And then we also see a lot of the supply chain, so Typhoon, and as well as Scatter Spider. We see Scatter Spiders everywhere. We saw last year a lot in a lot of the Caesars, entertainments, MGMs, also a lot of European retail as well. And so this is becoming a pretty big. It's starting to connect to also Snowflake, the AI storage company. And then, of course, the Microsoft, we also seen that as well. So you see a lot more of the event that would impact multiple companies, quite widespread type of events. Before I say anything about on this one, this is by country. This is the top 10 country, and it doesn't. It's always there's data bias on this one, definitely. So there's definitely more event in the U.S. It depends on the requirements of the reporting requirements, and so you can see U.S. ranked pretty much number 1, and then Canada, Great Britain, and so on and so forth. But some of those. It's also due to language barriers. So maybe India, it's have a lot more event, but because our data source may not get translated. So we do see the English-speaking country has more event than the non-English speaking, and also the English alphabet type of country, we see more of those kind of reporting as well. So if you drill down to 2023, drill down to US, this is what you see more of. 2024 is still not a complete set of data because it takes about 30 some days to find them and then to report them, to actually report out, and then the data delays and so forth. So I picked the data up to some of it's January of 2025, end of January, and so the data report-wise, it's not complete. So 2025, we didn't do that good, but that's just because that's a partial data set. It's not full data set. We're not done with 2025 yet. So in general, we do see probably 6 months to 9 months of data delays. In terms of cyber incidents, you can see finance and insurance goes, and public admin and professional services being the top 3. But you can see in general, finance starting to, from a lot more to slowing down. And then the bandwidth on this one, the next one is public admin. It's also, at first it's all about them on 2013, 2016, go on. And then that's also narrowing down. And then the third one is the healthcare. Healthcare has continued to be a pretty focused target to the bad actors. So we've seen some pretty big events in healthcare this year as well. In terms of ransomware, it's a little different in terms of like highest one being manufacturer. You can see the manufacturer bandwidth starting to actually increase quite a lot. And the next one is professional services, so that's this bandwidth right here, and you can see that the band is widening. And then the next one is healthcare. While the frequency of it looked like it's decreasing, but the severity we see it's pretty severe in terms of healthcare events. So the different industry does experience different type of cyber events. And if you look at incident response time, you can detection now have gotten a lot better. So different companies are using different tools to try to figure it out. So on the average, they improve by 10 days, which is from 36 to 26. And that's for the network intrusions, average all incidents from 42 to 31. So that's quite a lot of improvement. And containment's about the same, didn't change a whole lot. Analysis to completion, that also has improved some. And notifications, maybe not that much of a change, a little bit longer. So, cost components. So I did this one 2 different ways. The first one I ran this the number here, and I was like, wow, the 1 in 100 is huge because I had some really large bridge response time. And so I said, okay, let me just take those guys out, given that that's not typical. And so then the second graph, I took out the outliers, and it went down a lot. But still, you can see the averages has gone from, it's still like 8.6 million versus 14.8. I would say that probably for most company would, I do wonder to see, there could be pretty huge numbers for bridge response. litigations. And by the way, the bridge response, we had about more than almost 500 data points on those. That's how I ran those numbers. And then on litigation, we also have about 400 something data points as well. So you can see that on the average, the data average is about 2.4 million, but the 1 in 100 is about $35 million. So it's pretty expensive in terms of cost components. And then recovery data average is about 2 million, and 1 in 100 is about 16 million. And some of those clients actually took a long time. We have, in terms of durations of data recovery, we have clients that have still recovering data that's a year long or more. So that's a pretty expensive number. Yeah.
Examples of what I guess examples of how you came up with that number. So like, are you calculating like people's salaries and?
No. We just based on, this is a conditional severity. So given there's an event, given that they told us what their number is, here's what the log normal distribution look like. That's what that is, yeah. So you can do the different, on average they're here, the median's here, and then the 1 in 50 is this thing, and 1 in 100 is that thing, so yeah. So this when we actually do this severity analysis, when we build the model, we would associate the revenues and the employee count. Those are pretty standard parameters that we use to actually do the severity for a particular client. But for the number, for illustration-wise, this is just saying that given all the event that we have numbers on, here's what the average look like.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Good news. Cyber market conditions, great. Look at the numbers. So one of the things that we are seeing is a lot of our clients are this year last year and this year, spend more time actually transferring the risk. So increase the limits and decrease the deductible retentions. So we see a lot of client, because given those environments evolving, so they wanted to, so this is you look at the total program and the primary layer, it's pretty consistent. The price have gone down a lot. So this is good news for our clients. Privacy risk. So I'm going to go through some risk and trend. It's still one of the most impactful risk. And then of all the cyber perils, things that challenging to our customers, where's the data? Where do you store it? Is it in the public cloud? Is it in the private cloud? Is it on-prem? Is it with a partner? Do you have data coming from the data broker? Is your SDK integrated with your environment that embedded in the application that consumes data? Does the SDK collect data? If it collects data, where's the data come from, right? And who has access? Is it employees, business partners? Business partner being one of the big one that we wanted to call out for. Sometime, you have a company, you have thousands of business partners that you work with. How much of the data, your data, do they have? And we're seeing companies that got breached by the business partner. The business partner went out of business. The company actually ended up having to cover for those kind of losses because that is their data. And then how do you provide now is all those transparencies and user controls and stuff like that? Can you keep up with all of those kind of things? And then if there's record consent, and certain consent that you have to have, and where is it needed, how do you get those? And how is the data being used? And so if you're doing machine learning, doing advertising, target advertising, can you do that? Do you have the right to those? Do they provide consent for those kind of things? So that's kind of questions that we see, challenges to a lot of the companies. Your data assets. So we've been talking for a long time, PII, PCI, and PHI. So now this year, this is starting to get more complicated. So I mentioned about SDKs and application data collections. Do they collect unnecessary data? And who's receiving those data? API that works with SDKs may allow other party to obtain data unintentionally. What about data brokers? Smart connections, variable device, a lot of the California CCPAs and privacy, what's this? CIPA, California Invasion of Privacy Act. There's sweepstakes, there's contests, there's surveys, any sort of reward program, biometrics. So those kind of things, like Texas just sued Facebook for biometric data violation. It end up to be hundreds of millions of dollars. So I think it's billions, 1 point something billions. So regulatory in this area has gotten to be a little crazy. From a state level, the BIPA, the CCPA, the CIPA, the California is kind of leading on this one. The federal government's now enforcement on, used to be the technology, surveillance technology now being repurposed to reinforce the pixels and session replays and those kind of stuff requiring compliance. And in terms of a global point of view, there's about GDPRs, there's about 144 plus country participates in that. And then the UK's and the France and Australia being the top three, gotten a lot more aggressive about it, collecting those kind of things. There's 140 privacy regulation global, and they're changing. So this is a tough one to actually manage. And there are other tools. There's 98% of the company fail the cookie audits per regulatory requirements. And then that's a study done by Pravani. And then for Allianz had a report last year saying that the average privacy litigation cost for data violations and now is at $30 million per incident. So this is a pretty big risk that requires some attention. And if you look at the number of claims that we see, this is something 2023 sort of exploded, and 2024 it went down some. The CIPA being the one that's uprising, the California Invasion of Privacy Act. And the blue one, the light blue, the VPPA, and the website tracking is, so it looked like the website tracking had gone down a bit, but you can see that those are getting more and more from 2020, 2021, and 2022, it's gotten to be a lot higher. So here are some of the losses. This is a chart that I updated yearly, actually regularly for our rep. And at this conference, and you can see one of the healthcare is 2.3 to 2.87 in terms of damages in billions. And so there's some number here that's pretty it's substantial compared. The bottom on this thing that fits on this page, 101 million on the privacy. So in terms of fines and penalties, it's also in the billions. The second one was the Facebook ones, 1.4 billion. State of Texas sued Facebook and got a settlement of 1.4 billion out of that one. So those are kind of like large fines and penalties that companies should pay attention to. So didn't mean to throw out all those bad numbers and not tell you what to do about it. So in terms of data minimization, on the new data, you can actually tag a lot of your data. So there is privacy called privacy enhancement technologies. So those are things like that you can do, because with AIs and stuff, you can do federated learning. That's one of them. You can basically you train the machine on decentralized data without directly sharing the data. There's also differential privacy, so add random noises to your data so that the statistic doesn't change, but it kind of obscures individual records and stuff. There's anonymization and pseudo-anonymization. Those are some of the PETs that you can use. For the old data, I know this is something that I'm always guilty of. Oh, I want to keep it. Maybe I can use it for something later. And so it's not necessarily a bad thing, but you should prioritize. Say, by keeping it, what kind of risks do you incur? Just make that conscious decision about it. Notice and consent, you need to keep all of those kind of collection and understand how your data is being used. And of course, any sorts of disclosure requirements, keep track of it. If the regulator asks you, we need all the records of requests for documentations, how do you provide those? And then there's a lot of actually have a process, and there are tools. There's privacy program tools. There is basically for privacy setup, not necessarily risk monitoring, but notices, consents, and DSR implementations, all of those there's tools for those. And there's also data discovery and vault tools. I don't want to name vendors here, but if you want, it's actually in the notes of my presentation. Of course, too, map you internal data. And there's some of those insurers, their risk management offering actually provides those to given that for free. And it's included, I shouldn't say for free, it's included in the risk management option that they have. So if your premium is above certain points, some of those things you could just get. And that's all just monitoring and automating those and testing out and see what are you failing, what are the things that you got to do. So there actually have a process and tools in place. You can do all this stuff so that you don't have to keep up with the 140 plus regulations and stuff that worldwide. It's impossible. Next I want to talk about is business interruption. So one of the big one this year, last year was the CrowdStrike one. Again, that depends on who you ask. That was 400 million to 1.5, but the CyberAccuse is about 5.4. But Delta was saying that we lost 500 million. According to their CEO, they lost 500 million in 5 days. So we could do the cancellations and stuff like that. So the United Healthcare had the 2-point-some billion worth of losses. 2.87 was the high end. The business interruption there, it's about 800-some million of business interruption loss in that one. So again, this is actually a pretty big bucket. And I know I talked about this one before, and I wanted to just give the heads up of talk about the different type of business interruption that people should be aware of. Everybody know about the malicious hacking type of business interruption and DDoS and so those kind of stuff. So that's the first type. It's network interruption and interrupt your security failures type of interruption. But second type of business interruption would be the system failure. Even the software you use. I mean, that's where Move It, right? That's another one of those. You use somebody else's software and they have a bug in it. And then the Microsoft SharePoint, there's something that's also vulnerabilities. Those kind of also could cause business interruptions. And that's not always called out in the insurance policy, so make sure if that's something that you guys, the company is concerned, that's something that you would want to make sure that's included in the policy. And then the third one would be this contingent business interruption, so caused by a third party, which could be IT provider or non-IT provider, your supplier, your critical supplier. You don't have batteries that you can put into electric cars. That could be another type of, you can't produce cars and you can't have cars that you can't sell. So that happened during the pandemic, for example. I also wanted to go through some of the risk areas of business interruption. So third-party risk, that was the one I want to focus on a bit. It's 60% of the organization work with more than 1,000 partners. So you can imagine, you have partners have consultants have contractors, and blah, blah, blah. There's so long list of the chain of that. And 73%, that's more than 2/3, have experienced significant disruption by a third party. That's a pretty big one. And then 27%, about a third of incident, it's involving a vendor. So, and then of course the supply chains and stuff. So this is an area that that I think you should focus on, have some awareness and understanding, make sure you understand what kind of interruption you could experience. And then of course the AI stuff, the access, the plug-in, the design, the data, that could be poison data, that could be the trained your model, who knows, in those kind of things that could cause interruption as well. And here's some of the large business interruption event. Cloud strikes was here, about 400 million to 1.5, but not including lawsuits. And so this is not done yet. So this will still be working. It's involving over 100 some companies now in terms of we're seeing. One of the things that I want to spend a little bit of time, because one of the trouble with this business interruption claim is that we don't always see the data. And part of it is because it's so hard to make a claim. So I want to spend a little bit of time just to give you what's acceptable, and also the length of a claim and adjustment process, like 12 to 18 months on average. We see a lot of those. And then the proof of loss is somewhat complicated, as well as everybody's arguing about their forensic accounting. I have mine, you have yours. How do we manage that? And then also what's covered, what's not. So if you have an environment that's breached and you upgrade your computer, you upgrade your software, how much of that is count as betterment that does not? It's not replacement, it's betterment. So how much of that should be covered? So on the left, it's coverage for best practice, and that is widely accepted by the market. So proof of loss, you wanted to make sure your whatever proof of loss you put together, it is a cover item, and then of course get agreement ahead of time to get the forensic accounting. So you can have your own forensic accounting, and also the insurer would have their own. They sometimes just agree to compare notes, and so oftentimes one of the things that we've seen is that the insured, the companies, gets forensic accounting, the first submission, and they said, no, our forensic accounting doesn't agree with that. So if you have your broker that actually could help you, shepherd you through the way to say, hey, this broker it's approved, or this FA is approved ahead of time, then they'll save you a lot of time for those. And then also it's okay for you to ask them to say, you know what, if I submit this, I want a response within 30 days. And then whatever it's agreed to, pay me now, don't wait till all the way to the end. So this is all standard, okay, accepted by the market. The second area, which is could make things faster, it's simultaneous review. It's on the other side, right side. I'm on the left. So anyway, you could have your own forensic accounting, and they have their own, and each one of them, given the same data set, let's calculate it and compare notes in the end. Or you can also have get a joint umpire to say, we agree to have so-and-so as the umpire to reconcile this. So do this upfront, so it'll make things a lot faster, a lot quicker for the claim. So you could reduce to 12 to 18 months that way. Ransomware. Ransomware, I'll start with the losses. This one, the healthcare showed up in both places, as well as retail. It's also some of the big ones that come up in 2024. So if you look at the event count by year, 2024, it's from 2022 to 2023, it's still a lot. I mean, number-wise, it increased quite a lot by year. And if you look at quarter over quarter, it's still 2023 Q2 that was jumped right up. That's also, you can see ransomware is still out there. Compared to other peril, it is less percentage-wise. And some of the total loss, year over year total loss, it's anywhere. So from, you can see, from 2022 is 1.1, and 2023 it doubled that almost, and 2024 is 50% more than what 2023 was. So that's jumping. 2024 has a big ransomware claim losses. In terms of percentage of people that pay ransom, I get a lot of company ask, what's other people doing? Are they paying or are they not paying? I want to know who's paying, how many of them is paying. So there's the graph of who's paying, who's not paying. So you can see from 88% in 2021, they pay. By 2024, it's only 18%. So it is getting better in terms of paying. Companies are not paying because their control is getting better. This is a demand versus payment, and you can see that the demand amount have gone up a lot on 2024. Pay also gone up. So the first graph, so first side it's a demand, second one's a pay for the year. So you can see in the beginning in 2019, they just wild. They're just like, we'll demand whatever it is. But now they have gotten more precise toward the end there. The gap of the differences between the ransom demand and pay has decreased. It's still pretty big, but it's not as big as it was before. In terms of pay, I took the 95th percentile, so I won't show what their losses are. So fraudulent fund transfer, this is just a mention. I'm starting to say, okay, since this is a category that's up and coming, we do see jumps in this one, and it's often occurred through business email compromise. We see more of that causing fraudulent funds. And here are some of the large fraudulent fund transfer, the big one being about 600 some million on top. And that's from 2022, 2023. 2023, the numbers seem to be smaller. And still, we see more of it. You can see a lot of those 100 million, 120 some million, 100 million in 2023 and 2024. So here's the fun one. How do you improve your odds using what we have done? So we collect, on an annual basis, we collect about a few thousands of insurance applications and self-assessments. So this thing is still the same. For 2025, we still recommend the 12 cyber security control. There's a paper that's coming out in a couple weeks that actually drill down to say what kind of multi-factor authentication should you do, and then in endpoint data protection, how much is good enough by implementations. So like, for example, some of the, I'll go through the more details on this one a little bit. Asset management matters. You can see that you need to understand what the data is, where your assets are. Is it on the cloud? Is it on public cloud? How do they transfer? What are the data transfer restrictions? What are the law that the data you got from is complied to? Those kind of things that in terms of asset, if there's any way to identify rogue assets and stuff. In terms of identity management, control privilege access being number one in return on investment, but not just on Windows, but also in the clouds, in software service applications, various other applications. So those are kind of things. Also too, process coverage. and cloudware pen testing, just not just your on-prem stuff, but as well as things that happen in the cloud, a validation of doing help desk of passwords and those kind of things. I want to talk a little bit about MFA. MFA was that of the client that we survey, about 90 to 100%, that's a pretty good number, have MFA. So what kind of MFA does it pay off? So one of the things that we did study is the phishing resistant MFA. And then the other one, it's about 3x better if you actually have that implemented. And also there's a biometric and endpoint certificates also has the highest value. It's also another 3 points, 3% better. So how much of an MFA you should implement also makes a huge difference. And of course, EDR. So 25% increase in EDR correlates to 2 to 3% decrease in breach likelihood. So if you done your EDRs, and then about 75% was kind of where we see the saturation point is. So the degree you implement certain things, it makes a difference. And then of course the have a plan. You know usually it's a 2.2 million less in breach response if you actually have deploy the security AI and automations across your SOCs, and plan for 0-day softwares, educate your staff, integrate your insurance into your incident response, have a conversation ahead of time. In our website, we actually have a list of vendors that's been vetted through by us to say that they are vendor that's approved that would reduce your risk. So you can go to our website and look through those things and who are the one that the insurance broker does endorse. So also to secure AIs and have a very clear roles and responsibilities and know where the data is, how it's used. We spend a lot of time talking about it. The average breach cost for data is 4.88 million. So, and also confirm your process and of course tabletop exercise. Optimize your resource. So delete your unnecessary data, the value of the data versus the risk of the data, keeping that data. You should make a conscious decisions. You want to assess the impact based on you have a very well-defined rules ahead of time to decide what this impact could be, and classify your incidents by impact. So if is it a escalation? Do I need to notification? Usually you want to involve legals and stuff and documentations and all of that stuff. Those are kind of things that you should have. If applicable, do I need to file an AK? So last but not least, back to again, reduce your data, data asset. So automate, delete, and limit data provided to the suppliers. Make sure they have a deletion kind of thing. Inventory of your asset, and classify your data. So new data coming in, classify it, apply the privacy enhancement technology to it, set it up right so that you will have mitigate your costs, understand where your data is stored, whether it's in the LAN, in the cloud, the public cloud, private cloud, software service, and then any sorts of third-party supplier, both supplier as well as your third-party consumer of your data. Be understanding what they're doing, why they're doing it, how they're doing it, and what kind of law do you need to be compliant in order to supply those data to the partners. I got 4 minutes for questions. Yep.
First, thank you. That was a great talk. Maybe a round of applause real quick.
Thanks. Thank you.
And you mentioned a study coming out soon with some of the the details about MFA. Where will that study come out? Where can we find it?
It's, oh, wait. Let's see. There's a little scanning right there. You can scan it, and I forgot about that one. And that's coming out in a couple weeks, and you'll see all the detail. I think that's we will publish that, but there are a lot of paper in there that talking about what we learn from our clients, and then by doing studies to correlating. There's also a physical loss study is also coming out, physical damages in terms of cyber. It's also coming out in a few weeks as well. So go there, and then if you want a presentation, you can also go there. I'll send it to you as well. So.
And so maybe more practical question. It looked like ransomware went up around 19, 20, 21, big losses, and it dropped back down.
Yep.
And now it kind of looks like very similar trend to that previous point with, a doubling, tripling, quadrupling in losses, but we haven't seen the insurance market respond with premiums because you showed a minus 3% rate. Mm-hmm. Do you have any ideas why we're seeing those increases in losses but not the response of the industry?
I think part of it could be that, this is my speculation now, the attacks become a lot more complicated. Our customers also a lot better in terms of defending themselves. And also too, insurance company as well too, they have a lot more tools that they actually, some of those, they used to, like those privacy scanning stuff, they would say, this is the management risk option. With that option, given that your premium that you do get some of those tools, and that you don't have to pay. It's part of your thing. So they are helping customer managing those risks, and a lot more of integrating it within the insurance within their environment. Now there's a lot more restrictions, and I wouldn't say restrictions, a lot more and wanted to know more about their environment when they apply for insurance. So if there's something that doesn't look right, fix it before you come again. Yeah, so that's why there's 100-some questions that 300. I wouldn't say it was like 300 questions that they have to answer when they come apply for insurance, and about your all the lists that you saw, the 12 controls. But there's a whole bunch more of those. We just say that of those things, that was the list of risk things that we see that's basically required, especially the top 6. If you don't have those done, that's why when we do MFAs, 90 to 100% our customer have it. But to what degree, that's a different story. Yeah. Yep.
Last question.
Jumping back up to your trends and stats section of the presentation, I noticed that you spoke a lot about the source of the incidents that you were perceiving there, and like who perpetrated them, kind of on the attribution side. Is that data that's critical to your loss evaluations, or is that just something that's kind of like a nice to have that you study?
We haven't gotten to that part yet. So, and also too, who attacked your environment, that changes all the time. So it's hard to track that one.
It seemed like a lot of the incident data that you were talking about as far as the trends you were specifically attributing to various threat actors there. Am I perceiving that incorrectly?
I think they change. They change quite a lot. The threat actor would be, like the scatter spider, that was one of them. Mm-hmm. That was this year. But before this year, they weren't, yeah.
Gotcha. So it's less important to the covered loss and more just something that you are tracking more broadly.
We're keeping the bad actors, but oftentimes they would disintegrate and become a separate thing and call themselves something else, so it's harder for us to,
How much asset management is enough?
Repeat the question.
Oh, okay. How much asset management is enough? Oh, God. So I think you should go look at the paper that we have on that one. Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. We have to end the session. It is past time. I'm sure she will be free to answer questions outside.
Sure. Thank you. Huh? Yep.
you have any questions? Oh, right. Also, data science meetup, 7 p.m. At the Tuscany Pool. And I think that's it, right? Cool. With that, introducing Brennan.
Awesome. Thank you, thank you. You guys hear me all right in the back? Cool. I know we're like a minute early, but I think I'm holding you guys back from the happy hour, right? So hopefully I'll make this entertaining and quick. Awesome to be here. First time here at BSides Las Vegas. I've done a few B-sides other places. I am from New York, live in Manhattan, and yeah, made the mistake of most Manhattanites of trying to walk around Vegas. Right, like, come on. It's one road usually you walk on, and I'm realizing like there are 3 other types of people that walk around Vegas. It's the drunks, right? The bums that aren't really doing much walking, and then the zombies like myself who think and walk like this, and our brains are fried by the time you get to your destination. But lo and behold, we're here at Hacker Summer Camp. Really excited to be here. I'll be here all week. Feel free to come up, talk to me afterwards. I've got some fancy new stickers to share, and they are fresh from the pack, so you guys are very lucky. They kind of smell new as well. But anyways, all right. So Rage Against the Machine. Let's rage on. Quick quiz lookup. Brennan Lodge. Got a few roles. Let's see. First off, I've been in the financial industry, fortunately or unfortunately, the last 18 years. I'm from Manhattan, well, from Philly, live in Manhattan. I've worked in a few of the banks, JP Morgan, Federal Reserve Bank, Bloomberg, Goldman, HSBC. I teach, professor at NYU. I teach IT and management and analytics. And with that teaching, I've gone down the rabbit hole of doing some research and using my students as lab rats for some of my AI work. No bad testing or anything like that. They willingly help. And won a few awards in the research using RAG, aka Rage, for cybersecurity. I won an award at Oxford. Anybody familiar with Kaggle competitions? The data science, awesome. Won ML use cases Kaggle competition at Oxford, and then U.S. Cyber Command. This is back in 2022. I think pre-ChatGPT, before AI was cool and sexy. If you guys remember the terms like machine learning, big data, all of that, and analytics. Yeah, they're still around. Was using it back then for alert fatigue and finding needles in the haystack. So really cool opportunities there. I've got a LinkedIn Learning class. Anybody done LinkedIn Learning? Really good. Get your company to pay for it. I've got a class on RAG, using RAG for cybersecurity use cases, and I also got one coming out August 16th for MCP, Model Context Protocol, and I will get into that as well. Let's do it. All views are my own and not my employer. I do the fractional CISO stuff. I'm employed at Manhattan Institute, really great place, and I get to use this stuff to help out and protect our company. So we're going to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly of AI and cybersecurity. Hopefully it's not repetitive. I'm sure almost every talk has sprinkled in AI. We'll get into Rage or RAG Against the Machine, and some use cases, GRC, and in the SOC. I got my start in the SOC. Anybody SOC analyst? Yeah, it's tough. It's grunt work, right? We do follow the sun. So I've been there, been in your shoes, and when I'm implementing, researching, doing this stuff, I think of junior analyst Brennan Lodge in the SOC, coming in, coffee, with a ton of caffeine, and just trying to take down the queue down to zero, right? I think we're familiar with that, and it's an endless goal, and that doesn't seem to be stopping. So putting that in mind, how can we help those folks? I'll go through some of the data workflow, architecture, and hell, roll your own, right? So I'll give you all the open source tools that I've used and even the costs associated with it. So that should be the takeaway. You should all be retrieval augmented generation experts by the end of this talk. If not, check out LinkedIn Learning. And yeah, I mean, like that's the takeaway. Bring it back, try it out, experiment. We can't sit on the sidelines anymore with AI. The stakes are too freaking high for the cybersecurity attacks, breach after breach after breach. Come on, let's do better. All right, so the good. We've got information overload. Is that good? I don't know. We are facing a deluge of threats in data. There's a 24/7 need. We've got talent gaps, we've got burnout, and AI is not the silver bullet, but it can help. So, and I'll get into the details about why it can help. The rising attack volume, right? I don't have to tell you guys this. We've got complex integration challenges that are just all over the place. So AI to help. But if we've got AI and if it works, don't touch it. Like this old network router here, collecting a bunch of dust, but it's still got the blinky blinks working. Still working, right? Do we clean it off? Do we touch it? Do we leave it in the closet? If it's still working, new technology here, what do? So, the bad. Let's not be like Salt Bae and sprinkle AI into everything. What are we going to do with AI? Is it SOAR 2.0? Is it our co-pilot? Can we be more creative with it, with new detections? And can we answer annoying third-party risk reviews? Can it be the automation? But is it automation for the sake of automation? At the end of the day, the human is still in the loop. I'll repeat that. The human is still in the loop. It's not going to take away from that expertise. One thing I experienced as a CISO of not Shadow IT, but Shadow AI. Anybody familiar with the annoying Read AI app? Yes, okay. So I'm not the only one. Quick story, Read AI entered our teams through somebody clicking and filling it out. It's kind of addictive with it being a worm. If you sign up, it sends an email and, hey, you want to read this transcript of the email? It'll summarize it, give you really good metrics, analytics, content, right? Tell you who's talking. Don't do it. Because then it hooks into your browser extensions, it hooks into your teams, and yeah, it's a mess. So this is not the first, and it won't be the last. Great business use case for it to spread itself, but it's going to annoy a lot of CISOs and security folks. So just be aware of that and the bad of AI. But what about the other thing of costs? So this is Jensen sprinkling in AI and tokens. In the big keynote speech he had at GTC, he mentioned tokens 85 times. We're all familiar with the rising cloud costs and lack of transparency. How the heck am I supposed to know of cloud costs, and now they're going to put this onto AI? What is a token? I don't know. The definition is different. It could be a phrase. It could be words. It could be whatever AI model wants to come up with it to charge you mysterious funds in order to use that model. So just be aware of that. And push the vendors. Ask for transparency. What is this going to cost me? What are the expectations? Can you tell me how many tokens I'm using with the utilization of your AI? And last but not least, this is the ugly. Does anybody remember Clippy? Yes. Why are we back to Clippy all over again with AI and chatbots? Would you like help? No, go away. I can do this. Yeah. All right. So the AI with the CISO dilemma. I've been speaking to a lot of CISOs in the industry. Some of the complaints say we're scrambling to come up with an internal AI policy, so we don't have one yet. All of our employees are using ChatGPT. We can't stop our employees from doing it. We can implement it, but how do we explain it? The mysterious black box of lack of transparency, again, with how the heck AI is working. A lot of data scientists that are on the OpenAI team that are leading and building these models have no freaking clue how it works in the back end. Some idea, right? But how it understands our English language, is able to translate, rap lyrics, and write it back in email form, right? Like how? And if you can't understand it and it's making decisions, can you trust it? Okay. So, but in security, we need a secure AI solution. We need it to cut down on time it takes to make those decisions, and we need it to be cheap. So my take here, AI as a guide, not particularly a full-on stop guard. We need to understand it, and these models, analyze and generate text, but does that text make sense in the threat perspective? Does it make sense with our how many alphabet soup acronyms are in cybersecurity? It's endless, right? Can it understand them, translate it, and give us that context back? So we need an ally. We need help. We need an assistant, not Clippy, but somewhere in between. And I think we need to be more transparent with our tools and democratize tools. Huge fan of open source. But open source is really tough with LLMs right now. And we need cheaper, faster products and rapid analysis. So can we be data-driven? I think, measure what matters. Can we measure ROI for cybersecurity, especially with AI? Yes, no, maybe so, right? And we need to integrate and scale. There's some really cool tools out there. My friends at Deep Temple have a really awesome product of integration at scale, and it just gets out of the way, right? It runs in the background in your data lake and just does what it's really good at doing, finding anomalies, finding things that your standard static rules can't find. And I think that is the next step of, hey, let it run in the background, get some transparency, get some understanding, get some context, and let it do its thing, and have those be high fidelity. The first time it's low fidelity, it's really tough to prove that value. We're dealing with a crap ton of false positives in the SOC, and how do we cut that down? And more vendors are giving us more and more alerts, right? Like that's the opposite of what we want. So we need to get higher fidelity and get some snipers in there. Those snipers can be AI models that can do anomaly detection on our big data, but they've got to have really good high accuracy. RAG. Okay, so what is it? Retrieval augmented generation. The analogy I like to use is, think of a library. You go up to the librarian. Yes, you should still go to the library and read books. They're free. Remember the simple system of a library, right? You've got like 3 components. It's very similar to how RAG works. You have a sentence embedding model, a vector database, and a large language model. Some AI, hoopla, jumbled words out there, but let me make it clear for you. So your sentence embedding model, Dewey Decimal System. Who remembers that from elementary school? Nice, cool. All right, translating your ISBN numbers or the authors or numbers, like that number in the back of the book, to a genre, to a specific section in your library. That is over to the vector database. So the ingest is, hey, take my query, take my question, let's translate that into some topical terms that can then be semantically searched within the vector database. Our vector database is that stack of books, the layers, the genres, the sections that are hopefully organized in a easy manner and understand place. And then we've got the LLM or our librarian. So your librarian is going to ingest, take that question, translate it with the Dewey Decimal System or sentence embedding model, find the right book, find the right page, find the right paragraph, for example, speed down the aisle, bring it back, English translation. Is this what you need? I'll give me a quick blurb, and also give me a link as to where I can find it. So that is all packaged in a nice little gem for you, all through RAG. But why should we use this? Well, we've got Kermit the Frog, who is hallucinating here, like many static LLMs are doing these days. Don't get me wrong, they're getting better, right? But with a RAG, you can ingest with some real-time feeds, new data. With a static LLM, yes, they're upgrading different versions, different flavors, but once that's released, it is a binary. It is a snapshot in time. Any new future data is not going to learn on it because it's a model that was released and done. So with RAG, you can continue to ingest that data, upsert it to your vector database, and it's going to be live. And it's going to be fresh. The LLM can incorporate that latest data and ensure up-to-date sources. You guys with me so far? Cool. Okay. And it could be private data. Private data that you do not have to share with OpenAI, even though they've scanned the internet and have many lawsuits against them, and other models. I tend to pick on OpenAI. I use it, but there are others under that same legal matter. And you can keep that on-prem. You could use your own local LLM. There's really good open source ones, and I'll get into some of those in a minute. So, roll your own. How are we going to do this? We want to funnel some of our data, MITRE attacks, CISA advisories, policies. The endless amount of internal private data can remain internal and private. When I was building this, I set a benchmark. Hey, I wanted it to be relatively cheap, of $500 or less as far as processing and the resources. And yeah, this is 2 years ago now where I rolled this, and I wanted to respond within 10 seconds. At the time, I tested some AMD GPU models. Anybody tested AMD? No, nobody tests AMD anymore because it's so hard to freaking use. And that's why NVIDIA is NVIDIA, and the price of the stock is so sky high. If you're building any hardware, build something for developers. Easy to use, and go figure, like easy to integrate with Python. So that's what I went with, and here's the steps to do it. So to get to RAG, we've got to do the data ingestion. Lots of open source tools out there to parse, scrape, ingest those PDFs, those Word documents, and there's this concept called chunking. This is where you've got to do a lot of trial and error. I said, hey, let's just chunk by sentence, let's chunk by paragraph, let's chunk by page. And in order to get good efficacy, you got to figure out what works best for you. If you've got a couple terabytes of data, probably best by page, or maybe a couple pages. If you're working with a small amount of data, hey, maybe by the sentence. Miles is going to vary, but you've got to do that splitting and then creating embeddings. So the embeddings are there to create the similar vector representations of the words and the terms that you're using. Again, you've got to use a sentence embedding model out there. And then LangChain is the glue that helps you do the orchestration between a vector database, your sentence embedding model, the chunking, making sense out of the question that you ask, and bringing that back all through the LangChain function there. And then you ask a question, and then you've got an LLM. I highly recommend you start to visualize your vectors or what are in the vector database. This again gives that transparency of what data you're in, and you can have the sections. You can also search in there. So if you're getting bad results of your RAG, just take out some of those documents that are kind of throwing it off and maybe outliers. Yeah, and then on the right side are some of those open source tools. Hugging Face, the GitHub of open source LLMs, the sentence embedding model. I'm using the All Mini L12 version 2. I'm still using it. Still seems good. And yeah, check out Nomic. I've got no association with them. I just think they're a really cool company about transparency. They've got a tool called Atlas where they visualize, and they have like an inventory of models that they continue to update, and you can search the models for context as to what subject you want to use your model for. It can be a little tricky. So when I was first experimenting, I wanted to build like phishing detection using RAG. So I searched in Nomic, fish, the banned fish came back a couple times. So just watch out for that. But yeah, then I got some spam and like examples, and then I went down the rabbit hole like, hey, does it have cybersecurity related things? And I'm sure if there aren't already, there are going to be LLMs in Hugging Face that are built for our particular domains, whether it be GRC, cybersecurity. They're probably already there, but more to come on that. Oh, and then Chroma. ChromaDB is the vector database that I use, free, really easy to use, really good Python help. This is the workflow. So starting with the data sources, the chunking, I was just stripping out some CSA advisories from Gmail. I got a really cool CSV from the Mightier Attack Techniques, chunk them, upsert them into the vector database, get your embeddings right with the sentence embedding model. I talked about LangChain, and then moving over to the LLM services. Doing the search, putting it on an endpoint, and then, hey, having a little Slack bot. That's where I initially tested it out. Then I built a UI, and lo and behold, got some RAG. So this is a visualization, and I've got two here, of a UMAP on the document embeddings with different types of clusters. I think this one is a little bit better. We'll play it here. So on the left-hand side, I've got some open source detections from Sigma, a couple thousand. And then on the right-hand side are my threat intel, advisories. And it's cool because you can just see row by row what's in there. And then given the searches that you do and the results that come out, it'll make a reference. And then, so it puts them in certain topics. So on the right-hand side, I've got my threat intel. I can go through that. And a really good way is to provide transparency that is lacking, I think, in the AI space. So on to security. Security of AI and RAG. Why do it? Right, our data is on its way out to OpenAI. With the API services, that's not good. Let's put it in a container. We can do that, keep it on-prem in a VPC, and it stays locked and safe in there. Again, mileage is going to vary, right? You got to jack up the resources if you're going to do on-prem, pay for the GPUs, depending on how many queries you're doing. And this is how I benchmarked it. I think it's about on average from what I've seen through RAG within cybersecurity use cases. But I used my lab rats, aka my students, to test this out. So around like 5 analysts, if you will, are asking 20 queries per day. And if we total that up, that's about 5,000 tokens. Again, the token is like phrase or short phrase or words. So we do the math there. We're getting about 100,000 tokens each day for these questions. If you do this in a VPC, the cheapest at the time was with a G4 DN 4 extra large GPU, met the benchmark of responses within 5 seconds, and it's around $500 a month, right? We do it with ChatGPT, OpenAI, making those queries out at 100,000 tokens. I think the prices have come down, especially for the early models, but at the time, it was $100 more. And our data was leaving the network And yeah, so we're giving up some of the privacy there as well. Has anybody read the book Phoenix Project? Yeah, nice. All right, cool. I feel like we're at the Phoenix Project again with AI and the evolution of like integration. I followed along with the CISO. Does anybody remember the CISO and the Phoenix Project? Like tons of anxiety, like under a ton of stress, and also a drunk, right? Kind of checks out, like for a lot of CISOs these days. And yeah, so what do we do, right? Like how do we integrate and help the business? And let's just go back to our old school methods of implementing projects with some cybersecurity, or no, or this is new, right? Is it new? Is it earth-shattering? Does the old methods of user authentication, guardrails, encoders, encryption help? I think so. It is a new vector, if you will, but some of the old school methods can be applied to AI. So let me tell you how. So user input, SQL injection, right? We're working with prompt injection now. Sanitizing the user input, very similar, right? Like, let's do the same freaking thing. Check on, is it trying to, like trick the AI model? Who's heard about, talking to the grandmother, right? To trick the AI into, what was it, giving up the Windows keys, right? Like, brilliant. But let's, try, and look, it's going to be endless on, methods to attack, but go figure, right? All it takes is one little hole to find in the network for attackers these days, but we need to start thinking along those same methods. So let's put in those guardrails. Let's encrypt our database, in transit. Let's encrypt it, at rest. So that would be our vector database. Let's put some output guardrails. Let's log freaking everything and send some of these things to the SOC in the event it violates it. And those are, sort of red, kind of the guardrails here. Really cool, map from Galileo. I think they're still in the AI space, but you get the picture. And then, so the subjective part here with how do we evaluate the results from LLM models? I mean, it's next to impossible because it's very subjective. There is a method called HIDE, which is hypothetical document encoding, and it's freaking hypothetical, right? But it's another LLM that tests against the documents, it tests against the queries to either validate or invalidate the answers that you're getting back. So there are some methods out there. All right, who came here for MCP? Model Context Protocol? All right, you're in luck. This is how I think of it. A USB-C port, right? I've got one here to my MacBook. It is the USB-C port for AI that connects your models on the host with a client, your MCP port, to your servers, your Slack, your Gmail, your calendar, your local data sources to make sense out of it all. And running within the wires is the AI model. So agentic, yes. A protocol, we need one to make these communications happen and log it with a standard. One port, endless tools, and zero spaghetti code. Under the hood, it is JSON RPC 2.0 in a nice little JSON format to structure it, and it's pretty good. The architecture I mentioned, the host, the client, the server, and think of it like, hey, the host, I'm asking a question, show me the current weather. The client knows that I'm in New York City, and the server has the API and the feed and the data to make that connection happen and route that data back to the host. All right, who's ready for some demos? This is my open source project. It's called Arsenal Forge. It uses MCP and RAG. Why did I do this? Not to be the next SOAR, but orchestration and making sense with some transparency of some of the alerts, right? So I embedded, similar to what you guys saw for RAG. I've got MITRE, I've got a detection inventory, I've got some advisories or threat intel, typical SOC data that we're dealing with, and the solution is I want something fast, I want something smart, and that's going to help me make more informed decisions without the crazy price tag of some SOAR 2.0 product, right? That is going to be really expensive, really slow, and it's going to take me a year to freaking implement and integrate because I've got 1,500 Splunk detections, I've got 2 terabytes worth of threat intel, and I want to make sense out of MITRE and inform my analyst all at the same time. So this is the data workflow, taking those data sources. I've got the ETL, so that's extract, transform, load. So behind the scenes here of some secret sauce, I use a schema that we're all familiar with, which is email, right? So within email we have subject, we have a body, we have a source, usually an IP address, and we have a timestamp date. So using that as your schema for how you parse and collect your data goes really far, almost as far as like the prompt engineering, but just giving you the heads up when you're building this on your own. So an example here, we've got this lengthy Splunk detection rule, and we want to know what MITRE attack technique is associated with this. Many times we're doing the manual labeling of this Splunk alert, usually a junior analyst or an engineer. So are they right? Are they wrong? And don't get me wrong, like there's multiple techniques that have some overlap, that it may be one or the other, but this is going to give at least a best effort. It's going to go through the trifecta of the library, what I mentioned, for RAG, and output a mapping of the technique. In this case, it was remote desktop protocol. I'm sure because it picked up on some of the network indicators here. Oh, and RDP. So we didn't really call out remote desktop protocol. We used an acronym. It picked up on the acronym. Good job, RAG, and it's pretty cool. It tells us what technique it is and then creates the link. So why is this good? Well, this is the end result that a cybersecurity analyst should see, with an ability to dive a little bit deeper, get some more context, maybe even provide a playbook to help them through and do a good job. So let's play this. All right, this is what's going on behind the scenes to set up your MCP. I upload the data to Chroma DB. This is all in an open source project, and I'll share the link at the end. Let's get those scripts. Let's upload the MITRE techniques. Let's upload CISA advisory, detection inventory. Come on. And get them up and running on a server. So now we've got our data that is complete, and we want to start some MCP servers. We start a memory server. So why are we doing a memory server? This is going to log all of the queries. It's going to log everything that the MCP Arsenal Forge tool is doing to give some transparency. And it's also going to log those conversations, right? And learn, hopefully, about what the analyst is asking and provide better context. We fire up a Streamlit app, and welcome to Arsenal Forge. We're taking a look at the MOVEit IT vulnerability detection. That's what came up. It first goes through OpenAI, gives a little run book of what the MOVEit vulnerability is. We've got the MITRE attack technique, which is some scanning with the MOVEit technology. We've also got our detection inventory and a link to that particular detection. for additional details. So this could be on your backend database of all your logic, a description here to help the analyst, right? They want to dive deeper, great. They want a quick summary. We've got that within Arsenal Forge. Let's check out the threat intel related to Move It. We've got a CSID advisory. Progress Software releases server patch for the Move It transfer vulnerability. And then, last but not least, the memory. The full result, the timestamp, the text that came through with it. Thank you. All right. Let's pause that. Go to the next slide. Shake and bake. Oh, yeah. We've got some security detections. We got MITRE. We got CSID advisories. And it's doing the automatic mapping all from MCP. Okay. How about some more cybersecurity use cases? Governance, risk, and compliance. Cringe, right? Yes. Sorry, we'll go fast. But when I think of GRC, it's the ugly baby that is really hard to talk about with parents. We've all got some skeletons in the closet of lack of policies, lack of controls. And as a fractional CISO, this is one of the most annoying tasks that I have. God bless the souls that are doing GRC full time. It's a tough job. And the data nerd that I am, I wanted to get into, all right, is this getting worse? We hear from the current administration, we're going to get rid of all laws and regulations, and the companies are going to do business themselves, and we're not going to get in their way. And that's not going on. We see a huge rise in laws, and when we break this down by the laws that we've got to abide by in our industry, they're on the rise. And lo and behold, AI bot rules are up and up. The privacy laws within the states are staying flat, and we've also got cybersecurity laws per state that are going up. So how do we stay abreast of these laws? Does it impact us? And what does it mean? Here's the numbers. They're on the rise, and then also around the world too. So I worked at the big banks. This is one of the first use cases I used RAG for. We were in 100 plus countries, and our head of GRC could not figure out what we needed to do because we were going into business and banking in, say, Iceland, right? What do we have covered? Here's, Brennan, the Iceland law. Does it map? Well, we've got to hire the lawyers that are super expensive to do that. And yeah, it's just on the really good stats from the UN. 158 countries have e-transaction laws, 156 have cyber crime laws, and then consumer protection on the up and up. And I thought, US, we were kind of lax in it. Not the case. So how do we make sense out of it? We talked about RAG. We talked about the vector database. There are some other tools for classification. I used a foundation model called BERT. Anybody familiar with BERT? Yeah, it's like that sentence completion on our text, on our email of figuring out the next word. And go figure, that is really good at classification and legal types of things. So when it comes to that gap analysis, why not get AI to do it for us, right? I mean, yes, we still need that human in the loop. We still need that approval. We still need to understand the spirit of the law, of the regulation, right? And why not, get some visibility into that? So that visibility, transparency is key here, right? Percentage match. So you can use BERT, you can use classification to upload your policies and tell me how far along am I with SOC 2? How far along am I with ISO, CMMC, right? I've got an open source project on GitHub. I have these starter packs. I've got 50 plus policies that serve me well in getting to SOC 2. Hopefully can help you guys out as well. And then a tool that we're releasing called Audit Caddy that can do all this for us. But the what I'm calling compliance notebooks are that comparison. And it'll tell me, which policies I either have or need to write. But what if we don't have a SOC 2 or a framework, like a new regulation, and fundamentally, a lot of the regulations that are written have something related to SOC 2 or have some domains or controls that we need to focus on. So putting it in a nice little tabular format, similar to the SOC 2, can be done, and we can still do that comparison and policy mapping. So the open source project, check it out on GitHub. It's called Open Audit Caddy. I've got those policy templates, the starter packs, a bunch of different state regulations and frameworks, everything from FERPA to CMMC, and then the classification models. So I'm starting to build foundational BERT models that will get you SOC 2, that are focused just on that. Let's not use the crazy OpenAI that are trained on all of the internet. How about a small language model that can help us focus and keep on task with certain things that we need to stay on task with? And if you ask the question of why the sky blue, it's going to blurt out something stupid, right? Because you shouldn't be asking that question. What is the control domain for my code of conduct policy is what I should be asking. So let's use this type of framework. So let's check it out. Come on, come on. I'm seeing what you see. Here's the GitHub page for Audit Caddy. Highly check it out. I had a friend who's working on a startup. He's trying to get in to sell to schools. He needed to get regulations done through the Department of Education in New York. I sent him here, and he just loved it because he could just go through the templates, use those, fill in his company name, and get up and running and get certified. This is the tool. The dashboard will tell you how far along. I mentioned you upload those policies. You point it at SOC 2. We ask a quick survey, and this gives the AI model some context about what your company is to help frame and customize and give you some context. Maybe, hey, what state you're in and what regulations you need to abide by. And then these are the snap in play compliance notebooks that will break out each of the domains, and in each domain we could ask specific questions about the particular control. So in this case we've got CC1.1, and then also we've got our files in here. Again, transparency is key. And in this case we've got a information security management policy that was automatically classified through this classification of, hey, it's probably best suited in high confidence to be a part of this domain, and risk and identification management. We've got all the actions here, when it was uploaded, and yes, your auditor should be happy to use this, can log in, and you won't be annoyed by them pestering the questions. Like my friend Joe in the back, who's an auditor, did an audit for me. Yeah, he was annoying, but he said, Brennan, let's do this with AI, and here we are. Also, we can export this in a nice little report. We can export it downstream, JSON, and this is what that report looks like. It's English. It's an export. It explains the domains for me, and it helps me with the findings, and it's also friendly for the auditor. Clean, clear, and also, the assessment. Hey, I'm incomplete. I'm red on a lot of these things, but I've got some confidence with the documents and the evidence that I've uploaded. So, hopefully not an ugly baby anymore that we have to deal with. But this helps the business. It helps understand what risk you need. It helps you get that stamp of approval to the auditor, and hopefully unlocks some business deals for you. You could take the compliance part away, have this help you out, and save a lot of time and a lot of money. All right, let's wrap up here. Beer soon. You guys ready? Who's getting thirsty? I am. So, last but not least, if you're not first, you're last in AI. You cannot sit on the sideline anymore. You cannot wait for the newest model to come out. You've got to test this out for the sake of your company, for the sake of security, for the sake of our industry, right? We need to use it. Mileage is going to vary. Cost is going to vary. Push the vendors for compliance, push them for transparency, and test this out. There are use cases, both in cybersecurity defense. We saw it in GRC. It doesn't have to be the ugly baby anymore, and we can use it to help. All right, last but not least, some links. Scan my QR code here. You guys are first to know about AuditCaddy, so welcome to the community. Feel free to reach out. Check out LinkedIn and stickers. Come grab some. Thank you, B-Sides. Yeah. Oh, yeah, questions. Who's got them? Are you going to walk around? Yeah, I guess. Okay.
You'll have to use your podium mic.
Yeah, I can do that.
Is the podium mic on?
Yes. Testing. Yep. Over here.
Okay, so I have a few questions, I guess. So did you was this done for like NYU's compute and like all that stuff?
Yeah, so I using like a sandbox environment in Amazon. That's what I know. So just like an EC2 instance, and yeah, I pay for it and did all the testing, but my students were able to link up and then use the RAG there.
Yeah. So I guess adding on to that, I don't know if like you guys can do local LLMs and stuff, but I know Dartmouth has AI Lab. So could you alleviate costs and also add some extra reassurance to your team by running your own LLM, like the new the open source GPT models that OpenAI just dropped today?
Yeah. Check those out. Put them in like a container, right? And run them locally. If you've got a fast machine, GPU, yeah, all power to you. There are some freaking LLMs out there that can run on CPUs. So experiment, check them out, and shut your internet off and see how it works.
I just got that idea because OpenAI literally just released it like this morning.
Hell yeah.
So I have to go check it out myself. And then I guess one more question, then more in general. Does this take any substance away from those getting into GRC, or like does it just augment junior associates with like more power?
I think it's a tide that raises all boats, right? Like we need help. Yeah, it's a good selling point. I'm not going down that route with CISOs and my product. It's just a helper, right? Get faster, cheaper, ways to get your freaking certification, right? But also learn, right? And I can't force that. Like I'm a teacher. I'm like, hey, you need to educate yourself on what this control domain is, and the auditors are going to audit whatever policies you write. You're liable to putting those controls in place. So. The GRC field, man, is a weird, vicious circle, but they need some help.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn, GRC, and it's what I got at Dartmouth. So
right on.
I'm trying to figure my way out.
Cool. Next question. Thank you. Yeah.
So if you're a SOC manager, what would be your top best return on value SOC use case for this?
Yeah, I think the threat intel enrichment, what I've got with the Arsenal Forge, start small. Though, right? Start within your own container. Don't try and do it all. Try and solve a quick use case. MITRE, right? Just upsert some data into a vector database, hook up a RAG, and see if it can auto-magically tag your security detections, your logic. Start there and then build, right? So get your threat intel. Hook it up to Slack, right? Inform your analyst, and really possibilities are endless. Now, when it comes to agentic shit, stay away. Don't auto-magically press the easy button and have it do it. I mean, test out maybe some of the email, the spam, the phishing, right, for awareness. But start small first.
Hey guys, this is the last question.
Okay, my last question. So that slide, the roll your own slide, did any of that stuff that you were talking about have to do with, I missed it, training your own models? Or was it just using models and then plus rack?
Yeah, so you can build, there's some really good foundation models out there. They're always changing. Just try the off-the-shelf stuff first. And then, augment and, use a foundation model and then train. And yeah, it can pick up on learning. Like I get a lot of value in the prompt engineering in putting in some of those custom, I don't know, like acronyms that your company may use, so it picks up on that, and then using the history functionality, so it learns as it goes along. Another like downstream thing you can do is the reinforcement learning, human feedback. So that's the thumbs up, thumbs down. But hey, that's all manual effort, and humans are gonna human. So take it for what it is. I think that's the last question, but yeah, feel free, come grab some stickers, ask questions, and thanks again, guys.
And then.
NIST and ISO and all that.
Sounds good. Is this working? Yes.
Take that microphone from you. Yeah, I'll just save this off on this side. Test. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Noe. I'm the room host in here. Good afternoon, and welcome to BSide Las Vegas. This is Proving Grounds, right? No. Ground Truth. The talk is
Ariana.
Yep, Ariana and predicting the lifespan of internet services, falling down the rabbit hole. And this is given by Ariana Mirian. A few announcements before we begin. Want to thank our sponsors, Diamond sponsors Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors Formal and Run Zero. It's the support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make our event possible. The talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speaker and our audience, we want you to make sure that your cell phones are down and silent. If you have any questions, I'm going to be using this microphone, and you will speak into it so our audience on YouTube can hear you. And and final announcement, data science meetup at 7 p.m., and it's going to be by the pool by the entrance. All right, and with that, I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, everyone. I appreciate it. Okay, this has got to get closer. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. I know it's 5 p.m. on Tuesday. We've all got long weeks ahead of us. I appreciate you all being here in person and online. My name is Ariana, and today I'm going to talk about predicting the lifespan of internet services, falling down the ML rabbit hole, and what we learned from the thud. Just a quick disclaimer, if someone, maybe Christian, could take a photo of me giving the talk at some point when it looks good, that would be great, because everyone is busy, and I need a photo proof of life. Thank you, sir, for that photo. Okay, great. Before I jump into this really long title and what it actually means, I'm just gonna go over a little bit about who am I? Like I said, my name is Ariana. I'm currently working as a senior security researcher at Census. My job is kind of twofold. First, I focus on data quality. So how do we have the absolute best data so that you folks doing security investigations also have the absolute best data? But I also combine the domains of internet measurement and security, or you can think about this as data science and security, to answer interesting research questions about the world and the internet. Before this, I was at the University of California, San Diego. My PhD was unsurprisingly in driving security decisions via internet measurement. I'm also really into birds, so if you like internet measurement, security, or birds, come talk to me. I am really into all three of those things. That's IKEA. They're crazy. Ask me about them later. Great. So I'm super excited to be here today, specifically in Ground Truth, to talk about something really near and dear to my heart. Often when we talk about research, you are hearing about the end result, right? You read a blog, you see a paper, you read about the methods that were successful. Today, I am giving partly a failure talk. So I want to talk about what happened in between the start and the end of our research project. What went wrong, how we reconfigured our solutions, how we reconfigured our thinking in order to get to a correct solution. And also specifically talk about, what happens when you join two subjects that require a lot of domain expertise, cough, cough, security and ML together, and what can go wrong and also what can go right. And so as you probably gleaned, I am approaching this from the perspective of a security researcher, right? Like I have been doing security for 10 years. I'm pretty prolific in networking as well, but this was the first time I was kind of dipping my toes into the ML space with some help of some ML scientist colleagues, so I wasn't doing this alone. But it was a really eye-opening experience, and we don't often get to talk about the outcomes and the methods, and so I'm super excited to be at Ground Truth to talk about both of those things. And so every time I talk about methodology, I actually put a little light bulb on the top of the slide to just indicate this is a methodology point, and I'll also call it out as much as I can. So today we're going to talk about it all, and specifically I'm going to just go over a couple a couple points, a couple points in the next 40 minutes. I'm going to give you a quick background about the internet and like why internet-wide scanning matters. Talk about the various iterations of the problem statement and how it changed from problem V1 to problem V2. Talk about the various solutions that we tried. And then finally, what we learned both for the project and for the future. So I'm going to really take you, through us falling down the rabbit hole, which was, okay, trying to find an answer to this project, but also the thud at the end, which was us kind of looking back up at the process and being like, wow, that was kind of painful. What can we learn from that? What can we share with the world about what we learned from that? And that's why the title is so intricate, is because it's been a really good learning experience. So a little bit of background. What is the internet and why does internet-wide scanning matter? I always put the internet in quotes because it is fake. It should not. It is just a strange entity that rules a large portion of my and others' lives. But jokes aside, the internet is a very fraught and dangerous place. There's a lot of bad actors out there. And just to make sure we're all on the same page, when I say the internet, I think of the collection of hosts that make up this networking entity, right? And when I say a host, I think of servers or network devices that are typically comprised of an IP, port, protocol, and autonomous system. And for those that aren't super familiar with networking, autonomous system is like the routing policy of the specific device. So like who controls how it gets routed to the rest of the internet. The hosts can tell us really interesting information about themselves. Not only are the port and protocol that they are using to speak with the rest of the internet inherently interesting, but we can also collect other interesting metadata, like what vulnerabilities are they purporting, what software or hardware version are they. And internet-wide scanning is a way that we can get all of that data in one place. And so if you look at this graphic on the left, right, we have our set of devices, and then a shop like Census, which is where I currently work, will go out and scan all of these devices to collect as much public data about those devices as possible, again, to enable research about various vulnerabilities, various devices, software, hardware products, etc. And the caveat here is that the more accurate your data is, the more accurate your insights are going to be, right? If you have scan data that is a week or a month old, your insights into that data are going to be a week or a month old. But if you have really, really accurate data that is super up to date, your insights will also be conversely up to date. And one thing that I have realized in my tenure with internet-wide scanning is that many hosts are ephemeral. So if you imagine like a faulty Christmas light that's blinking in and out, there's a lot of hosts on the internet that we scan them and they are responsive and they're like, hey, here's who I am and here's what I talk and here's all the vulnerabilities I have. And then we scan them a couple hours later and they are just gone, or they appear to be gone. And then like 4 hours later, they're back again. And I'm like, come on, just make up your mind. This would make my life a lot easier. These really ephemeral hosts complicate this accurate picture that we are trying to depict. And so the first version of the problem is that we want an accurate representation of the internet at any given point, but we have these highly ephemeral hosts that make up a minority of the internet that are kind of mucking up the data. And so we're like, well, okay, what do we do about this? Well, I'm a scientist by training, so I'm like, let's go run an experiment. And so we set out to quantify the ephemerality of the internet. And so in doing so, we scanned a representative set of services every hour for a week. And if you're like, hey, Ariana, this is sounding really familiar, that's because this is the talk I gave last year in Ground Truth at BSides Las Vegas, where we scanned the internet every hour and showed a bunch of, interesting graphs and behaviors and examined the internet at these different service level attributes. So again, port, protocol, autonomous system. And I'm not going to go over that talk again, but the biggest takeaway from that descriptive analysis and from the talk about a year ago is that the internet is highly ephemeral. It's a minority of services, and also the internet is not uniform in its ephemerality. While we might find that like a portion of hosts that are over port 443 are super ephemeral, that can vary widely depending on the autonomous system, that can vary widely depending on the protocol you're looking at. And so we were doing all this descriptive analyses to try and glean, insights into the ephemerality of the internet. And the biggest thing we could take away is like, wow, this is a mess. this is really noisy. And so, I presented this work. We continued to do some of the research. And then at some point we were like, man, the outcomes are not clear. We are having a difficult time figuring out the takeaways for us to use internally, for us to go publicize. And so at this point, this is the little methodology light bulb, we're here, this is, failure step number 1, is taking a step back, right? It's like, okay, the data is messy. We're having a hard time with, simple descriptive analyses, trying to figure out what are the takeaways and outcomes for us. And so we took a step back and said, what are our end goals with this data set, with this project? And, we came up with 2 very specific end goals. One is to come up with a method that allows us to identify which services should be scanned at a faster rate that takes into account this noisiness, right? If one autonomous system has mail servers that should be scanned at a faster rate, I don't want to scan all the mail servers at a faster rate. I don't want to scan that entire autonomous system at a faster rate. It is a specific subportion of a subpopulation of the internet. So we wanted a method that would more easily help us identify these different small portions of the internet that we should be scanning faster. We also wanted an understanding of what affects internet service lifespans. In other words, we wanted to not deduce, we wanted to figure out the feature importance of what causes a service to be ephemeral. Is it just its port? Is it its protocol? Is it a combination of those 3? And this feature importance is more of an underlying understanding of the behavior of these ephemeral hosts, but it allows us as an internet-wide scanning entity to go and then figure out, okay, does this change our internal scanning policies? Do we alter the way we think about ephemerality and how we scan internet services based on the model's outcome? So we came up with these, we took a step back, made sure we were all on the same page with our end goals, and we're like, okay, well, let's reframe the problem, because the original problem was just like, we want an accurate picture of the internet is great, that's like our guiding light, but that's not actually helping us solve the data problem. And so the problem then evolved into, how can we predict the lifespan of ephemeral services? And then it was at this point that ML entered the room. It is so hot right now. It just felt very timely given all the conversations of ML. And I should say that, I was very hesitant to dip my feet into the domain that is machine learning because, right, like I said, I am a security expert, I am a networking person, and I was like, trying to figure out how to marry 2 different domains is going to be a challenge and a journey in and of itself, and that is why we're here, because it was, in fact, a journey. So many of you may be asking, okay, but why prediction? Why didn't you reframe, your V2 of the question to be something different? Prediction allows us to have smarter and more accurate scanning. So if we can predict, so just to really concretize this, if we can say host A is going to change its state in 8 hours, host B is going to change its state in 12 hours, so those need to go into different scanning buckets that are scanned at different rates. Again, that helps us get more accurate data. So this is where prediction is really useful. But also, and my background is also more in statistics. I actually tried a lot of statistical models, and that is just a completely different talk for another day. That's like a whole other 45 minutes. The issue with a lot of the statistical models is that they had really strict assumptions that internet-wide scanning data breaks. And while they showed relationships between variables, it was much harder to glean that feature importance, which was, the what are the service level attributes that help predict ephemerality. And then at the end of the day, we wanted both prediction and feature importance, right? I didn't want to be running a ton of different models and then trying to pull it all together. Spoiler, I did actually try that. It really didn't work well. And so we're like, okay, let's dip our toes into the ML space, because it seems like there are some machine learning models that can help us get both prediction and relational information, which are going to solve both of our end goals. And so this is an explanation for why we wanted to use prediction. And then the next step was like, okay, great. Well, which model are we going to use? Because there's a lot, right? It's not just like, ML, throw it in. It's like, oh, this is an entire field where people have spent years training and understanding these models and what's going on under the hood, much like me and my colleagues have spent years understanding the internet and security and whatnot. And so, again, we're like, okay, well, what do we have? What do we have and what are we trying to get? our input features for each service, for each host, we have port, protocol, autonomous system, which again is like the routing policy. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that for lack of time, and whether the scan was successful or not. And so you can imagine that like we have, and this picture shows, if we have the host, we have its port protocol, and also like kind of where it's getting routed or who it's getting routed by, and then also like, was it responsive or not? Because we were doing these hourly scans. So there were times where hosts just went away, and I was like, well, we'll check again in an hour and see if they're back. Given these, we wanted to predict the lifespan of a service. Again, is it going to change state in 1 hour? Is it going to change state in 6, 12, 24, in a week? I want to know. I want to know about all the services. And so we were looking at the inputs and we're like, okay, well, lifespan of services is a numerical output that's in hour chunks. And so looking at all the different model families and also, again, consulting with the ML scientists that we have in-house, I was like, okay, well, let's try regression, right? Regression handles numerical output. In bonus, they don't always assume linear relationships because there's no way that there are linear relationships in internet-wide scanning data. And so solution V1, let's use a regression. Seems super simple, my life is gonna be great, and we're gonna have all the answers to the problem. No, that is not what happened. We actually ran into a lot of issues with trying to use regression for this problem. And this is where I'm gonna walk through again the difficulties, like the failure cases of what exactly was going wrong, because we wanted to understand why this was failing so spectacularly to figure out, is there a potential solution, or do we just like abandon ship and move on to the next problem in the internet-wide scanning space. And so the first big issue was with our input variables. So we had port, protocol, autonomous system. They're categorical. Lots of models require numerical input. Even if they take in categorical input, they're still like converting it into numerical under the hood. But that's okay because we have a way to handle this. There is a so you can essentially encode these variables, right? And there's a popular technique called one-hot encoding. This was one of the many that we tried. But just to walk you through it, on the left-hand side was the original data set. So each row is a specific host and what port it had open and what port we were scanning it on. And so when you one-hot encode, you're essentially taking each of the possible variables, converting them into their own column, their own variable name, and then listing the true and false variables. And so if we convert the left-hand side into the right-hand side, we'll see that port 80 and port 443 are now their own columns. And port 80, since the first row had port 80 open, there is a 1 for the first row for port 80, a 0 for port 443, and then the converse for the second row. This is a super straightforward technique. There's other ways to encode things, but this is just the one that is most easy for me to graphically explain in the time that I have. Seems like this should work, right? Nope. The issue is that a lot of our variables had really high cardinality. They had a lot of potential categories they could be in. And just to put some numbers behind this, we had 40 potential ports, 300 potential protocols, and 19,000 potential autonomous systems. And so imagine that each of those is becoming a column. Your matrix all of a sudden is so sparse, the model, spoiler, can't do much with it. And on the right-hand side, I just have an example of, for those who are unfamiliar with autonomous systems, some example of autonomous systems. So you can have universities, financial institutions, these are large organizations that own IP space, and then route that IP space. And so this is where, and we have some great ML scientists in-house, and we were chatting constantly about this. And this is when one of our ML scientists was like, well, Ariana, just get rid of autonomous system. That's such a problem feature. You don't need that. And this is where having domain expertise in both domains is so helpful, because me as the networking security person was like, wait, autonomous system is so critical to the underlying nature of a host. We can't just throw it out. And again, my ML scientist colleague, fantastic person, did not have the networking background. So they were just like, oh yeah, we'll just get rid of it. And I was like, no, we're not getting rid of that. No, we cannot. And And so we reached a compromise where we're like, okay, let's reduce the cardinality. Instead of 19,000 potential autonomous system options, what if we boil down the autonomous system feature into its category? So, we say this is a educational autonomous system, a financial autonomous system. That dropped that feature down to about 200 options, and it was still a super sparse matrix with like slightly less abysmal results. And so even with this compromise, we weren't getting great outcome. And just to put some numbers behind what I mean by not great outcome, when you run a regression, one of the key metrics of success is your R squared. And so R squared is essentially how well the model is explaining the variance in the data. It is on a scale of 0 to 1, and the best thing I could get was about 0.3. Most of the time it was below 0.2. And so that means that the model was taking the data in and only able to describe at best 30% of the variance in the model based on the features that we were putting into it. In the words of Gordon Ramsay, that was just not good enough. And this is where the practicality of industry kind of butts head with the science of academia and these mathematical models, because in a lot of cases, 30 an R squared of 0.3 actually is quite sufficient. But one of the other difficulties is that we were trying a lot of different regression models to see if they would at least have the same output, right? So again, the feature importance was a secondary goal for us. And these models were outputting feature importance that was all over the place. I mean, like one would say autonomous system was important, one would say port was important, one would say protocol was important. And again, in consulting with my ML domain expertise colleagues, our understanding is that the models just weren't really grasping what was happening underneath. They were not converging in a way that made sense to any of us. And we also couldn't explain it, right? Imagine going into a meeting with a bunch of your other colleagues who are expecting you to come with outcomes, and you're like, so one model said this, and the other one said this, and the third said this, and yeah. Like, what do you take from that? Not great. The light at the end of the tunnel, the slightly depressing thing is that this is obviously not a unique problem to us. I started looking at published research, actually in other domains, like human-computer interaction has a lot of really peer-reviewed published work where the authors were like, yeah, we have this high cardinal data set, and we tried a regression, and it was not great. And so we moved on, and I was like, okay, that's encouraging, because maybe there's a solution here. Yeah, and I was like, a lot of research was using high cardinal data that had the exact same results, and the results were abysmal. It was really discouraging. And so we were like, okay, let's take another step back. Our light bulb is back. How can we reclassify the research question to then use a model that actually works with the data, that is something that we can act on, that we can explain to like the data engineers, that we can explain to people who are like, okay, so why do you think we should change our scanning in the way that you're proposing? And when we were poking around at some of the data, we realized, we revisited this facet of the data set, which is that the output variable had incredibly bimodal output. So remember, our output is the lifespan of a host. So that can be anywhere from an hour to a week, because that's how long we ran our experimental data set. And when we plotted the distribution of lifespans, it is a heavy concentration on the left side. So again, the small minority of hosts that are pretty ephemeral, and then a huge chunk that are just online. They are homies, they are online, they are just consistently responding positively. And so we were looking at this and we're like, okay, well, can we use this to our advantage, right? And I'm gonna revisit our end goals, because we wanted a method to identify which services should be scanned at a faster rate, which really meant these services should be scanned in X hours, these should be scanned in Y, etc. What if we just reframed it and made our lives easier and say, hey, these are the less ephemeral hosts and these are the more ephemeral hosts. So taking this bucket, these two obvious buckets, and instead treating our problem like a bucketing problem instead of a regression or a very exact precision prediction problem. And so that led us to solution V2, which is, hey, let's use a classification. Again, this may not be the most academically rigorous thing. If I try to submit this to a research conference, I'm sure they would be like, wait, but like regression is the thing that you should definitely use for this problem. But practically, for us, if we want more accurate data, and we're scanning most hosts at roughly a daily cadence, even if we can say, okay, this set of hosts should be scanned in a 12-hour cadence or a 6-hour cadence, and then everything else remains the same, that is still an improvement for us. That is still improving our accuracy. And again, this is kind of the joys of being able to work in a more practical industry setting where I don't need to worry about the woes of reviewer 2. I can be like, what is the thing that is practical? I know I'm seeing some people laugh. What is the thing that's practically going to help us? A classification will practically get us to an answer to our problem. Classification went great. It was fantastic. I was like, thank God I can do my job, because there were some dark moments in this. So we divided our output into highly ephemeral hosts, so hosts that had a lifespan of less than 12 hours, and less or low ephemeral hosts, which is everything that was 12 hours plus, right? And again, that's because our scanning cadence is roughly daily. There's some nuance there. And so if we can even say, hey, this 10% we should be scanning at a 12-hour rate, again, that is still going to increase our accuracy and get us closer to the goalpost of having the most accurate representation of the internet. We also stumbled on this model called CatBoost, which natively handles categorical data. Again, it is still converting it into numerical inputs, but what was really solidifying about this decision is that we tried CatBoost, we tried random forest trees, we tried a couple different classifiers. And though they were performing at slightly different accuracies and slightly different ROCs, the feature importance was always the same. They were converging on what they thought were the features that most predicted ephemerality. This was not happening with regressions, LOL sob. And so I was like, okay, there's some slight differences, but they're all mostly behaving the same way, which is what we would expect in a well-defined research problem with a well-defined data set. We also didn't really need to reduce the cardinality of the data either. I just threw in all the autonomous systems. I didn't need to do any of this categorical stuff. That's really helpful for us because now I can be like, these autonomous systems, these hosts in these autonomous systems need to be scanned faster or not as quickly, and the results weren't abysmal. And so when I say they weren't abysmal, we were able to get an accuracy of 87% and an ROC AUC of 94%, which is like a night and day difference from what we were seeing with the regression. We also got a feature importance that was successfully ranked and reproducible against different models. And this is really interesting to me. So autonomous system is the highest ranked feature when we are talking about the lifespan or the ephemerality of a service. And that is super interesting to me. And now we are having a lot of internal discussions and ongoing research about how that changes some of our base assumptions about how we've been scanning the internet. To then get more accurate data. There were also some other features that were important, like number of services on a host, the port, the protocol, but it was really autonomous system that stood out above the rest. And we had some really good precision and recall. So overall, this was a great success compared to the results that we were dealing with before. And then we were like, hey, that worked really well. What if we modified our classification buckets slightly and actually expanded this into a 3 classification problem. So now it's like we scan certain hosts at 12 hours, we scan certain hosts at 24, and then everything else we can scan it at more than a 24-hour cadence, which I think practically we'll still probably scan at 24. But this was like a nice little, let's expand this and see if this continues to work, right? In the words of Moto Moto from Madagascar 2, so nice, you gotta say it twice. Anyone? No? Great movie. Highly recommend. Thank you. Again, our accuracy and ROC were like really well. I was like running these, and these are with hyperparameter tuning and whatnot. I don't have the parameters up here because it didn't seem as relevant for this discussion. But I would like run the base model with just some really basic input parameters, and like the accuracy would come out at like 75%. And I was like, am I dreaming or does this work? In this 3 classification problem, again, we also investigate our feature importance. The autonomous system was still highest by far, but then port and number of services flipped, and so that's something that we're investigating. Why that is, what does that mean for us? and if the 2 classification or 3 classification is more suited for our needs. And so some interesting open questions, you know, as with all sorts of research, there is always more to dig into, but this was still a great success. So at this point, so this was, you know, kind of the evolution of the research project. We're taking a lot of this, we're digging in further. I'm pretty sure I won't be giving a follow-up talk on this next year, but who knows? Never say never. And so at this point, I kind of want to take a step back and talk about the 2 different sets of lessons we learned. So lessons we learned from falling down the rabbit hole, or the project-specific lessons, right? Using network-level features, we were able to train a classifier with high accuracy and predict service-level ephemerality with reproducible features. Autonomous system is the feature of highest importance, which, like I said, helps us understand how we should address internet ephemerality better. It also is helping us, again, with some of these internal conversations that are ongoing. Maybe that'll be the 3rd version of this talk, is like how we change internet-wide scanning. Probably not. The one thing I really want to point out is, no, I think that's on the next slide. I got too excited. So it was like, great. This is a really helpful project for us internally. We got our findings. Let's move forward with it and make our accuracy better. Let's make our data quality better. But what were the lessons that we learned from the THUD, right? This was a very long process. I've distilled it into roughly 35 minutes, but this was not a 35-minute task. And took a lot of domain experts coming together. You know, first off, domain expertise in both areas is super critical. If I had been tackling this on my own, or if my ML colleagues had been tackling this on their own, I think it would have taken more time. We would have it may not have been successful, and we may have come to different outcomes. And so being able to have both people in the room was super, super useful. And so I would highly encourage, if you are ever dipping your toes into a different domain, find someone who works in that domain. It's also fun, you know, working with good people, doing good research. I had a great time, even though there were some days where I was like banging my head against the metaphorical wall. Rethinking your analysis is necessary even in the ML domain. And I've kind of touched on this before, but one of the biggest things for us was saying, hey, how do we address the practical issue outside of the scientific one? Like, yes, I would love to get a research paper out of this, but the reality is we're not doing anything novel with the ML models. Really what we need is a practical understanding of what dictates internet service ephemerality, such that it helps us internally with some policy decisions. And so that means that we converted a regression to a classification because of various factors. And that gave us really good performance, which practically and scientifically is helpful for us. And so really being able to take a step back, rethink what is important, what isn't important, what can you leave on the table, and what do you need to take with you, was really critical here. And I will say this process has been, it was not foreign to me. In my 10 years of doing research, there are so many times where we have needed to take a step back, rethink the problem. What are we doing? What are the analyses? And this was just the most recent case of that journey. Internet level data is super noisy, surprise. And network level features perform much better in these models than software level features. So one thing that I didn't include a slide on is that we were trying different features. So we had the network level features because that is inherent to the internet wide scan, but then we can also add some software level features like what product is this? What vendor is this? What version is this? And we tried to include some of these other features. And even though the model was still performing well in terms of accuracy and ROC, those software level features were like at the bottom of the feature importance list. I mean, they were just so obviously not important to the model output. And this is really important to us because I'm like, great, so now moving forward, we'll focus on network level features. And that doesn't mean I've like sworn off on software level features, but this is very useful for us in other endeavors that are going on internally. Science be sciencing. That's been great. With that, I want to thank you folks for your time, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank all the fantastic folks I work with at Census. Good research is not done in a vacuum, and I have some really good people doing some great work at Census, and I'm really thankful for them. With that, I'm happy to open the floor to questions, and thank you folks for your time.
Hey, thanks. Great talk. I'm curious. So you looked at the autonomous systems having a substantial impact on the model.
Yeah.
Did you then go back and look at those autonomous systems as to what the autonomous systems that were very ephemeral were specifically?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm not sure how much we wanna share some of that information.
Great talk. Question about when you have that binary output of scan successful or not.
Yeah.
So so I mean, that could be a failure of the host to respond. It could also
Correct.
be a failure of the scan
Yeah.
itself. What quality processes do you have in place when you have a previously successful scan and then an unsuccessful scan in validating that your own scan was successful on your side?
Yeah. Great question. So before we launched this experiment, we did a bunch of quality testing so we basically ran our scanner against hosts that we knew were definitely up. And so we tested across different ports, protocols at different speeds to try and find that optimal place of how quickly can we run our scanner while still getting 100% success rate, again, based on our ground truth data set. So we basically tuned our own parameters of the scanning to feel confident in the quality. We also did this, what's the word I'm looking for? We further cleaned the data set where we said, okay, if we see a host that is successful, because we had hourly scans, and then for an hour it blips away, but then subsequently is back, we're actually going to count that as a false negative. So that was us cleaning the data based on our knowledge of the internet. I will say that those false negatives were few and far in between, but that was another thing that we were like, listen, based on our understanding of the scanner, based on our understanding of the internet, things most likely aren't disappearing for just an hour. And so because we had that high granularity data set, we could essentially patch it, which was a cleaning mechanism. Yeah.
Sorry, just a follow-up question to that. Have you considered for hosts that are,
Sorry,
real quick.
can you repeat that question?
Sorry about this, just a follow-up question.
No,
so have you
please.
considered for hosts that are traditionally very not ephemeral, very well established, have a very low downtime, that when you do have one of these like one-offs, that you initiate a secondary scan at like a slower frequency to immediately afterwards? Have you considered other things like that, and do you guys deploy that? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. So for the experimental data collection, we did not do that specifically because of time. And so this was some of the details I talked about last year, but because we deployed these hourly scans, we were very limited in the sample of hosts that we could scan because we can only scan so much in a given hour with the hardware that we have. And so we didn't do retries for the experiment, but that is something that we do at the production level. So there are other checks at the production level. So when you're in census, that data is the highest quality possible. But that's why for our experimental data set where we ran 1 hour scans, we did that patching mechanism to account for we didn't want to do the retry because then the retry means instead of scanning 4 million hosts, we could probably only have scanned 3 based on bandwidth load. And so it was experimental design. Great question.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Ariana.
Thanks, folks. Thanks. Thank you all for coming also. I know it's 5 p.m. on Tuesday. I really appreciate it.
So, OpenDNS did a talk a while ago. Are you familiar with this one? Maybe not. It's been a while. It's been a while since OpenDNS.
I was going to say, I was like, I don't know.
It's a company that was acquired by Cisco. They built a graph of all the different characteristics of hosts, and then they classified those that were malicious. And they saw which other hosts had a lot of connections, strong linkage in the graph. And they used that to classify other hosts for safety service. And so, really kind of a cool tool, especially for its time. They did a talk years ago reaction time, and it turned out they were seeing these hosts be stood up in an autonomous system in an IP block and staged for an attack months ahead of time. And it was a very unique look. There were a lot of Red Hat
Yeah.
3.5 things.
Yeah, yeah.
They get used, and then they tear down the host, and they move the IP space to a different autonomous system.
Yeah.
And it would come up in a different place and be used maliciously again, staged in another place. And I wonder, how, if you're seeing like an evolution of that or something, but that's something you don't have to tell me. Just
Yeah,
something
and
that you
I'm
have
sorry.
in mind.
I'm sorry. I was cagey about the response. I was like, oh, I don't know if that's.
No, no, I completely
It's
understand.
like, how much of the sauce can I spill without someone then emailing me and being like, Ariana?
No, you don't have to worry about it. I'm hopefully helping give you an idea of things that
Yeah.
like 10 years ago.
I was gonna say, I don't know how much that I do know the phenomenon you're talking about. I don't know if we have any good measurements of how often that happens now. I will say it was the hotspots of the Fin Rally were like pretty concentrated. But it was also a week-long data set. So one of the things that we're doing right now is plugging this into our production level data, which is just its own, right? It's like, this one's like a tiny piece, this is that, it's like terabytes of data. So the intern is working on it while I'm gone. I'm like, here are your next steps. I'll be back on Monday to like take back over. I gotta go give this talk. But I'm curious how much muddier the model gets when we start looking at production level data. The reason that I gave this talk on the experimental data is because it's an unbiased version of the internet. It's every hour, it's a random sample of posts. Census has bias, right? And we also like get blocked, and there's a lot of things that happen when you start putting in production level data. But I am curious how much more you would
like
see.
that first pass through, when you look at it, you start to have some theory about why it's happening, and that helps you drive the next iteration of your model.
Yeah.
Now that's informed by some amount of like causality.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't ephemerality a lot more normal than it used to be? You know, with like Docker and Kubernetes and all that being like standard production, like
And like cloud being a thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I haven't looked at the historical data. Also, our historical data, it doesn't have the granularity we need. I do get the sense that it is easier to stand up and tear down a host, which is why I'm curious how much that like moving an IP to an autonomous system because of your malicious activity is persistent, or if people are just switching to a different cloud provider. Because now there's all these cloud
Just
providers.
migrate your VMs.
Yeah,
and
like
your
I've done research on
images.
shady cloud providers that no one got upset about. So, and we see that with malicious actors where they're just on a cloud provider that's hosted out of Russia, and like it doesn't go down because right? It's not like Google. It's not like Google's coming after. It's like so I there's a lot of dynamics here.
Yeah. So that'll be curious now that you've done the correlative study to come up with a hypothesis about the causality, and then use that to refine and test.
Yeah.
I guess my question
Yeah.
is still like half but like a lot of malicious actors like constantly bouncing. Like it's the same underlying service or point, but hopping between different
sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, DropZone AI, Profit. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. As a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we do ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you have a question at the very end, wait for me. I'll hand you the mic and so the audience can hear you. And yeah. As a reminder, the BsidesLV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. And yeah, and after this, remember there is going to be a data science meetup at the pool. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Juan.
Thank you so much. I am from Spain. Sorry for my English. It's my first time. I am going to present indexing the chaos. To be clear, I am not a ransomware operator. I am one of the good guys that only one helping the people to protect themselves and their data. Okay, first, to the ransomware problem, evolution since 2022. Before 2022, classic ransomware only encrypt and demand a pay. But since 2022, they use double extortion that not only encrypt the files, they steal and demand a ransom both public humiliation plus financial damage. They public internal emails, customer lists, financial records, internal database, HR documents, and confidential documents. My project overview for beginning, I designed a crawler to breach.house, and you can see we need the possibility to check when a ransomware leak is available to download, and download when it's available. But not only the crawler crawling ransomware leaks, they apply traditional breaches, info stealer, and leads. And the tool, haveabeenransom.com, you can check if your PII has been leaked by ransom gang. You can search by email, name, phone, country, domain, search by driver license, passport, more, ransomware specific leaks, and privacy results. Since 2022, ransomware evolved beyond encryption because nobody else, so I did. What is the difference? As you can know, Pound, the hazard, focus on website breaches. The SQL database, dumps, JSON are structured database. When a hacker hack a website, they dump in a structure. Or on the other way, info stealer tools like SpyCloud, Hanson Rock focus on malware theft. If when you download a cracked version from Photoshop or play games, you can download the malware that stole the password, browser data, credit card info, and wallet credentials. But my tool focus on ransomware leaks that the gang public all databases, deep, messy, and all, not only PDFs, database, email, database, all. And this is my tool entry. So the system architecture, as I said before, we have a crawler that crawling the ransom leak, and when it's available, download. To use parallel download by Tor network and pass into extract. They can do with file classification to normal documents or advanced. Advanced document is when you take a passport, email passport, driver license, or so on, like this. This is an advanced PII. We use OCR plus LLM. We extract the info from passport, image, curriculums. Okay, technical type. For this, we can design a crawler. The crawler not only crawling ransomware leaks, they are doing with dark Telegram, ransom leak channel, info stealer, breaches, traditional breaches, and leads, all in one crawler. Okay, the first issue is a CAPTCHA because all ransomware website have a CAPTCHA, but the 19% have a basic CAPTCHAs that you can use a script in GitHub to bypass, but the other 10% use advanced CAPTCHAs that you can do with a company like Monster Cloud, but it's so expensive. On the other way, you can use you can put manually, and if the connection doesn't lose, you can crawling until the connection loads. Step 2 or step use. Don't lie. As you can know, Tor is slow by design. Only maybe between 6 and 12 megabytes per second. So you can up how many Tor circuits that you can. For example, if you have a 600 megabits per second, you need between 50 and 100 Tor circuits to bypass to get the full download that you have. On the other way, we need control errors into download. For example, the ransom website not always available. Sometimes get down, and you don't need if you are downloading 4 terabytes. If you are commencing when the website down, it's not worth it. You need a tool to control the errors while download. This is why I use wget. This is control error, bool retry logic, and resume interrupted download. Okay, in the simple extraction, we can do with first organize files, 2 delete errors, and 3 use regex into a PDFs, names, or database to extract names, email, phones, or something like that. As you can see, in the PDF, we can extract the email and the email context, because not worth it is only get the email. You need the email context to know more things. Or in the other PDFs, and the database like JSON, TCU, SQL, SQLite 3, or something like that. Plus, into in email database like Mbox or like that, this is worth it too. Okay, in the advanced spy strikes, we use OCR plus AI with detect with YOLO, driver license, passport, SSN, and faces into a PDF, images, and so on. And minicipient to extract the information, organized, and without errors or minimum errors. This is the best minicipient. As you can see, we can extract we don't care if the language, the idiom, if they are driver license, passport, or whatever you want. They extract and ordinate the information. As you can, and the idiom, as you can see, in Chinese people, and in Chinese ordinate in Chinese, the name, the birth date, and the ID number. In the bad photo that not are so much resolution, they can extract good also. Okay, the last issue, indexing into a database. We have problem with languages, different encodings, duplication, and you need a script to search fast into a massive data. Okay, I use Elastic. Elastic is like my girlfriend. They accept languages, control encoding, delete duplication, and search fast into a massive data. To final result, this is a clean structure, normalized JSON per identity, As you can see in the website, you can view, for example, Tesla.com, the identities leaked by emails. For example, you can see 1,000 identities leaked when Medusa had Arundel Corp from USA. Enterprise. Like having Pound, I have all database are indexed. Okay, in real case study in real sample. For Honeywell by Ransom Group Club, the original size are 200 gigabytes. The original PDFs 1,000. The original database 2,000. And when pass the script, you got the size only 4 gigabytes of PII, 600 PDFs, and 1,000 database. And results were around 100,000 full names, 83,000 emails, and 1,000 ID cards. And you get from where? As you can see, the Honeywell is an Indian company, and you can see they are corresponded to India. That you can see the company is real hacking. For massive data, Philippine Health Insurance by Medusa. Original size 4.4 terabytes, 7,000 files and 10,000 files database. When past the script, only with PII is 53 gigabytes, 3,000 PDFs, and 3,000 database. All right, the 53 million full names, 300,000 emails, and 4,000 ID cards. As you can see, the real hacking, Philippine Health Insurance are company with Philippines. Oh.
Flip it on.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
We can with live demo. Live demo. I am going to prepare it with Tesla, but I will do with NSA. As you know, NSA have 300 identities leaked when have Televerde. You can see 200 identities leaked when had Cryptodome by DDoS secret, and so on. But if you want more data, you have to pay me. You have to pay me and use the dashboard. Sorry, give me a second. For example, Tesla.com. You can view the email, the domain, and the email context, and from where breach information. This email corresponded where in this breach, and found in this archive inside the leak. In this archive, Tesla order Tesla .json have this email, as you can see, and so on. To check if your email with NSA.gov. As I said before, you can say the email, the email context, and in the leak that you can download free here, in this archive, have this email and this information if you want to download. Okay, with the ID, on the other way with the ID cards, for example, in China, the number is so long because so much Chinese people. Let me see. That is correct. so much number. You can put ID number and search the name, the ID number, the authority, the gender is female. You cannot the face, but it's female, and the name, as you can see, is similar. And where bridge you can find. But not only Chinese, we can do with. And sorry. We can do with not a good resolution. You can see, as you can see. This is a bad photo that no good a good resolution. But mini-CPM extract the info, correct, and ordinate. As you can see, SH26798. Yeah. And you can see the name, this, the country, the state, and the type of document. This is California, the authority, the expiration date. You can see it's the same. Besides, oh sorry. With another language like Arabic, U4 93 45 18. Yeah, you can see the name. That not is in a typical Latin. The country, the date of birth, authority. It's amazing, and where the bridge link info. Okay, following on this presentation. The future, privacy, the final boss. I am not going to be I want only that one helping the people. I am not one become a doxing engine to damage the people. I only want to help him. Because I only show metadata. If you don't pay, if you pay, we can see more info. We can do a victim support, but never become a doxing engine. The future, darkeye.io. As the crawler capture the info stealer, leads, ransomware leaks, traditional breach, I want to union in all-in-one. I want you can search the ransomware leaks, lead. You can check if your email has been leaked into an info stealer, traditional leads, or ransomware leaks. All-in-one, unified in the best hosting platform like this. Yeah, as you can see, the name, email, username, domain. Because in the info stealer there are 2 carpets. That is very important. T-data folder. This is where is the Telegram data, and nobody have a decryption to get the Telegram account ID and phone number. That is in the carpet, but not only in this carpet you can view his ID account and phone number. There is the all chats and all IDs of his chats, the ID numbers and account. And I made a decrypt to decrypt this T-data folder. And you can see for example, the ID account and get the name or email from InfoStealer. But besides, there are another carpet, crypto wallet description. The crypto wallet, I made a script that take the carpet and decryption all crypto wallet from his InfoStealer. Bitcoin, Ethereum, all. It's amazing because I want the future, I want a final tool, the dark monitor. But what is dark monitor? Dark monitor is the art of pivoting. You can, for example, you can start into a Telegram ID or wallet address. And pivoting into a email with info stealer, pivoting into a name like a traditional breacher, pivoting into a ID card, passport, or something else into a ransomware leaks, and with his face monitoring in all public cam to find where is the people in the planet. It's not amazing that you want only one Ethereum wallet or Telegram ID, find where is the people in the planet. Because you can pivoting into InfoStealer, ransomware, or something else to get his face and monitoring all public cams. This is my final tool. Final message: if you are investor or have a oversized crypto wallet, I am not saying no, but if no, don't worry. It is so much work. I am alone, and it's so much work. If you like and want help me, I am open. Okay, sorry, another. All right, finish.
All right. Do we have any questions?
So the process of extracting PII from PDFs, from really just kind of the whole body of corporate documents. Are you familiar with the idea of e-discovery in legal senses? So in court cases, a lot of times you need to go find where is all this information in this chunk, or if a breach happens and you know data was leaked, it might be a body of emails, which you don't have to do anything with, but if there was PII in them, you need to disclose or do notification. And so if you considered the benefit of taking the parsing pipeline that you've created and currently have pointed at leaks and making it available to companies to point internally, either for e-discovery or for data parsing after a breach to find PII that has to be disclosed.
So this is a public data. You can see and download from this. I only decrypt you can, if you in this link use Tor network and you can download. It's free.
So you have a tool that you're pointing at public data. Have you considered what would happen if you let companies point it at their internal data?
Yeah, but I only show you metadata because all the people have the right to know if your data have been leaked. You have a legit interest to know if the data. I only show you where is the data. I am not public the data.
Yeah, no, I understand.
This is the.
Makes sense, thank you.
Yeah. Any more?
Hi. A great talk. Thank you for this. Yeah. Similar to the first question, this reminds me a lot of what's in the book Hacks, Leaks, and Revelations. And I'm wondering if this is the same sort of technology that they describe in that book. And similar to what the first person was talking about, have you thought about making your tools available for people who are looking at, sort of leaked data sets other than ransomware or data sets that have been, ransomed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know, but this is similar to like a £5 you have in the line across. If you are bad or good, I don't know, but I only want to help to.
The company pays you not like you steal the internal data. If they hire you to use this on their internal data.
But the internal data of the company is public. I only show you, but for example, from this leak. Oh, sorry, this leak. AI Global. You can find in this link, you can download for free. And you can view all the data. You answer your question. I don't only show you. I only your personal information.
Right, but the thing that you're adding is, you're parsing through all that data and providing tools to search through it. And that's really pretty neat.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Any others?
Any more? Okay.
All right.
Could you talk a little bit more about what the YOLO model and the mini CPM tools are doing? Like, how have you divided the analysis and the structuring for those tools?
No, I use YOLO to detect faces. I am trained to detect faces, passport, and driver license to detect and filter, give to mini CPM to extract the info.
Okay.
Yeah, to extract the info.
So all extraction.
Yeah, and this is more fast because mini CPM are so slowly.
Yep.
But if you can use YOLO, you can use more fast.
Okay. And so for text, is that just mini CPM?
Yeah, only mini CPM.
I believe you requested a sacrificial goat and a Faraday cage.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah,
so a Faraday blanket and a goat. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your curiosity and the organizer for giving me the opportunity.